Morning, everyone. Thank you for joining today's roundtable, Healing Soils in India for Better Crop Health and Human Nutrition, organized by Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, ICRIER. I'm Ritika Juneja, fellow at ICRIER, and I have the privilege of conducting today's proceedings. We are honored to have with us our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Ramesh Chandji, member NITI Aayog. Dr. M.L. Jat, Secretary DARE and Director General ICR, will be joining us shortly. Thank you, Ramesh Chandji, for joining us today to inaugurate the discussion. We are grateful to our senior leadership at ICRIER, Dr. Shekhar, Aiyar, Director and Chief Executive, Dr. Ashok Gulati, Distinguished Professor. A warm welcome to all our esteemed session chairs, speakers, and participants. We also extend a warm welcome to those who have joined us digitally. We are live streaming on YouTube. To begin, may I request Dr. Shekhar Aiyar to deliver the welcome remarks.
Thank you, Ritika. Welcome, everyone. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to this roundtable on healing soils in India. I would particularly like to thank our distinguished guests, Professor Ramesh Chand and Dr. M.L. Jat, for making time in their busy schedules. So, over the last decade or so, agriculture has become an increasingly prominent focus at ICRIER, under the inspirational leadership of a figure who will be familiar to everybody in this room, Dr. Ashok Gulati. To belabor the obvious, agriculture is an extremely important part of India's economy. It accounts for by far the largest share of employment in our labor force, and an incredibly large productivity shift will be required in the sector if India is to achieve its goal of Viksit Bharat. So its importance can hardly be overstated. Today's roundtable will delve into the important topic of soil health. Healthy soils are not just an agricultural asset, but the very foundation of crop health and, by extension, human nutrition. Soils which are enriched with balanced macronutrients and micronutrients such as zinc and iron do more than support crop yields. They influence the nutritional quality of staple foods and, by extension, affect the health of millions of people. Unfortunately, in India, we have entered a vicious cycle of poor soil health. Widespread nutrient deficiencies and low soil organic carbon undermine productivity and crop quality, which in turn contributes to persistent micronutrient deficiencies in diets. Much of this is driven by large and unbalanced fertilizer subsidies. So addressing this requires a coordinated paradigm shift across three domains: policy, products, and practices. Policy realignment should incentivize soil-building investments rather than blanket input subsidies. Product innovation must deliver appropriate micronutrient and organic matter solutions. And farmer practices should follow principles such as the 4R nutrient stewardship: right source, right rate, right time, and right place. Today, we are convened to study the findings of our report, to discuss prospective solutions, and perhaps most importantly, to build alliances across the government, industry, research institutions, scientists, and farmers. I look forward to a constructive discussion and to charting concrete next steps towards improving soil health for better crop health and human nutrition. I would just like to say that it is hard for me to imagine a topic which is more vital to the welfare of India's citizens. With that, I welcome you all again. Thank you very much for attending.
Thank you so much, sir. And we warmly welcome our chief guest, Dr. M.L. Jat, Secretary DARE and Director General. Welcome, sir. I now invite Dr. Ashok Gulati for his introductory remarks. Yeah, you can come here.
Thank you, Ritika, and welcome to everyone here. Let me start by thanking Dr. Ramesh Chand. I'm really grateful that he accepted our invitation to come and release the report and also kickstart in a way the discussion of this group. And Dr. M.L. Jat, who has been a scientist all through and is just coming after briefing the minister. He was with him. And one more person will be joining, Secretary Fertilizer. He is right now with the minister. Some briefing is going on. Hopefully something may come in the budget. We always hope. But he will be joining around 12 o'clock. So have a little patience. Let me introduce the topic here. Why we are doing this research. And what is it that we are going to be coming out with? It's not a one shot of 2 months, 3 months research and then forget about it. We are going to be with this topic for the next 3 years at least. Dr. Shekhar said that we have enough of agriculture, we have achieved so-called food security, but nutritional security is very much on the table. For the next 10 years, it's not going to go away. 35% of our children below the age of 5 are stunted. And one of the reasons of that are the diets which are deficient in zinc. And zinc deficiency in the diet comes from deficiency of zinc in the soil. This particular path, what is the health of the soil and what is the health of the crop, not in terms of tonnage, we have increased the production, but what is the nutritive value of that, I think has not been studied enough. I'll give you one little example. The wheat and the rice today. Rice has zinc deficiency of about 47, 48% compared to the recommended doses that should be there in rice, zinc. Iron deficiency is about 50% plus, 54% or so compared to the recommended dietary laws. And that is coming because over a period of time, our soils have become deficient in zinc almost by 30% compared to what they were literally in 1970s. And why that is happening? One, of course, is natural factors. There are nutrients in the soils that are being washed away, natural factors, wind erosion and soil erosion that takes place because of wind, water, and all that. But one of the major thing is the fertilizer policy that we have followed. That policy gave us good growth, good tonnage, because at that time the most intense need was to fill up stomachs. And it started off in 1970s. We started subsidizing our fertilizers, and urea was one of the things that we subsidized. But today, for the last 10 years plus, urea prices are constant. And the prices of P and K, which have been somewhat not fully decontrolled, somewhat decontrolled under the nutrient-based subsidy scheme that started off in 2010. So the ratio of N pricing versus P and K is totally, literally not in the optimal zone. That's the least I can say. Now that is leading to overuse of urea, nitrogen at many places. The soil organic carbon, which is a critical factor to hold these nutrients, by Indian Institute of Soil Sciences, they say minimum 0.75% should be soil organic carbon, although the scientists who have worked all their life on soils, Professor Ratan Lal type, who got the World Food Prize, they say at least 1 to 1.5% for tropical countries, soil organic carbon should be there. But our soils, as per the soil health cards of 24-25, 8.9 million samples that have been taken, 75% of those samples are below 0.75. So there is a huge deficiency of soil organic carbon in the soil. When that is not there, Even when you apply excessive nitrogen, it doesn't hold much, it goes away. Plant is consuming not more than 40% of the nitrogen. The rest is going in the environment as nitrous oxide, which is 273 times the carbon dioxide. Or it is going into the groundwater, and nitrate content, excessive nitrate content in the groundwater is creating all sorts of diseases. I think more you will find in the report, and I don't want to steal away the thunder of Ritika and Biswabara, who are going to present part of the report. So there are problems that because of this, human diseases are coming. I never knew. I was taking every day in the morning thyroid tablet. And one of the reason of that is excessive nitrate content. So thyroid, even diabetes, and there are some studies and some others also which say yes and no, even creating cancer, because of this imbalanced use of NPK in the soils. Soils are not in the best health. I'm reminded of government promises and government dreams. In 2015, the new government started off, the Modi government, soil health cards. Because he had an experience in Gujarat where they started doing in 2003-4. And he said that if we can have good soil health cards with every farmer, then we will be able to use fertilizers optimally. So 2015, a nationwide thing, and by now almost 2,000 crores have been spent on different rounds of soil health cards. 2017, he was addressing the farmers, and he said that by 22-23, I would like the fertilizer consumption, chemical fertilizer consumption, to be halved. That was the dream. And again in 2019, on the Independence Day, 15th of August, from the ramparts of the Red Fort, he gave a clarion call to the farmers that we must learn how to use chemical fertilizers optimally, and we need to reduce its consumption by 10%, 20% within the next 2-3 years. And they started off programs like PM Pranam and Prakritik Kheti, natural farming, zero budget natural farming, and all that. And there are issues. Where are we today? When in 2019 he gave a clarion call from the ramparts of the Red Fort, our total fertilizer consumption in terms of products was 55 million tons. Today we are at 66 million tons. And it is increasing. We have set up 5 more new plants. So the issue is, what is it that is missing in the system? The desire is that the chemical fertilization of the soils, which is causing a lot of problem in the soil because of the imbalanced use, which is emanating from a distorted policy, we will not be able to solve this problem by our wishes or through slogans of this or that. And one person we have invited who is going to be chairing the next technical session, who used to be in the chemical fertilizer ministry, joint secretary who was holding that, Suresh Gupta ji. And then he was chief secretary of Sikkim, which has declared itself as an organic state of India. Now there is a question whether going organic as a national policy, zero budget natural farming or organic or whatever you say, can we feed India, whose population today is 1.45 billion, and by 2050 will be 1.67 billion, the largest population on this globe. We know what had happened in Sri Lanka when we stopped, literally when they stopped using chemical fertilizers. So whether organic, Sureshji, we would like to hear from you, What is your experience in Sikkim versus in the Center for Chemical Fertilizers versus totally natural farming, organic thing? What is happening on that front? We would love to hear from Dr. Jat on this issue because this is science. We need more production, there is no doubt about it, to feed our stomachs, but we need better nutrition of the crops, which has been neglected over all these years. There is too much focus on tonnage and not enough on the nutrition of the crops. So that is one of the major issues that we are investigating into it, and then linking that to the human health. If there is deficiency in rice and wheat of zinc or iron, then how it is impacting the health of the humans. Now, this continuum has not been as intensively studied. At least there are fragmented portions in literature, either looking only at the fertilizer policy from the budget point of view, or some tonnage, that imbalanced use of NPK is not giving you enough tonnage, it is giving more greenery and less of grain, so the productivity is not increasing as fast. So despite the fact that at the highest level, the Prime Minister recognized this constraint, wants to do certain things, introduce some elements of change, but biting the big bullet of correcting the pricing of NPK still remains on the table. And we would like to hear from Dr. Chand if there is any chance, because slogans and encouragement from other means has limits. At the end of the round, farmers respond to incentives, and incentives are inbuilt in the pricing of inputs and outputs. If we can correct that, then many of the problems that we have can be sorted out. And if we can do that, and we have done in the past decontrol of cement and petroleum products and so on and so forth, many innovations in the products can come, practices will change of the farmers, and it can be a win-win situation. But it's a political challenge, and today is very contested democratic system of the country. And we would very much like to hear from the corridors. But I do hear something may be moving, and this budget may be, and that's what I would love to see. What Mr. Rajat Mishra, when he comes, the Secretary of Fertilizers, what he has to say on that front. So thank you very much for coming, and we look forward to intensive discussion and release of the report. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. It is now my privilege to invite our guest of honor, Professor Ramesh Chandji, to give the inaugural address.
Dr. M.L. Jat, DG, ICR and Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Research and Education, Director and CEO, ICRIER, Shekhar Aiyar ji, the author of the report and also team leader for this research on fertilizer, and eminent economist, agriculture economist, Dr. Ashok Gulati ji, and participants from private sector, from research and government and civil society. Friends, it is always a learning experience to come to any event organized by Dr. Ashok Gulati. As those who follow his work will be knowing that he is the one who seriously follow evidence-based policy recommendation, though every institute write evidence-based, but not many follow this, but throughout his work he has followed that evidence-based research and policy, and he articulate issues so well that he's darling of newspaper and mass media. They look after him to get his views on these issues. In fact, we are contemporary and not much age difference. So in the same profession, both of us have been moving. I have been following his work and being a professional. Many a times we also used to disagree with one another. That is part of any profession. If there's no disagreement, there may not be evolution of new ideas. So it has been taken in that friendly spirit. I also feel happy that ICRIER has undertaken a study on a highly technical issues, which is normally considered to belong to National Agriculture Search System. That he presented in this report several technical dimensions related to fertilizer imbalance, inefficiency, and different kind of factors which have been leading to emergence of present situation, very systematically organized in this report. I also feel that since he is saying many things which were said by earlier people also, but since the maximum influence on government happens if something appear in media. So there are papers in Nature, in Soil Science, etc. But in policy making, people hardly care about those kind of papers. But government and policy makers do care if something comes in media, in newspaper, in public debate. So I feel happy that he has joined hand with technocrats, agrobiologists in flagging this serious issue of distortions in use of not only macronutrient NPK, even micronutrient and organic fertilizer also. Since Dr. Gulati mentioned that there is a intention to continue this work for another 2-3 years, so rather than just commenting only on the content of the report, I will try to be a bit provocative to raise questions related to which can be taken up in future by this study, which he said they intend to contribute on this. So study covers 4-5 aspects. Of course, first is this indiscriminate use of synthetic fertilizer, then complete neglect of micronutrient, decline in soil organic carbon, then efficiency and way forward how we can deal with these kind of issues. I think first of all, we need to ponder over that if some problem was known, at least I know 40 years back when I joined PAU as a assistant agriculture economist in 84, there was already literature and seminars, conference were happening on intensive cultivation of rice and wheat, mining micronutrient, particularly zinc. And figures were produced by PAU at that time that it doesn't require much money. Soil require only 4 kg zinc per acre. And that is sufficient for 2-3 years, not that you have to give it every years. And like that, I think almost all state agriculture university, ICR institutes, individual researchers, they have been flagging this issue of imbalance use of fertilizer, but despite that, it has continued. So Michael Lipton was once invited to NAS and he just said, if something is continuing for decades, despite people expressing concern, then you look at that, which is that you know it, that you are doing something wrong. Then you look at it whether what you are calling wrong is right or there is something else which is leading to this kind of situation. So I just feel that we need to look at a little bit from that angle also, that this problem was severe. It was known for such a long time, but still it has not been reversed. But I hope that it may coincide or whatever, that with the coming of this study, something may start happening to address this. So this first issue of use of NPK, in fact, I feel that when we are addressing distortion in NPK, my personal view is that imbalance is not the right way to emphasize it. I will give reason for it, that why imbalance is not the right way to flag this concern. But need to be flagged is whether we are using adequate quantity, whether we are using optimum quantity, that should be the concern. And when I say adequate quantity or optimum quantity, then it include, according to my understanding, two things. One is that whether we are providing what is required by plant in a particular soils, and whether we are giving it in right ratio or not. So these are the two conditions. And I have written a long paper on imbalance. It is in EPW in 2015, where I questioned that in India, this is not to again undermine that we are doing something wrong, that as far as this coefficient of 4:2:1, which is being used by economic survey, at least I saw it from 90 onward, that this is the coefficient being used. Friends, in India, there's no basis, there's no scientific basis to support whether 4:2:1 is the right kind of balance of NPK. There's no basis. I got interested that this is something which came from somewhere, since people were looking for some concept. They picked it and they popularized it. And once economic survey mentioned it, bureaucrat took easy path, a newspaper may mention here and where, you just write it. Just do not misunderstand me, that there is an issue of distortion, but I will explain it in a different way, not through the use of this term imbalance. In late 50s, some team of British scientists was invited to India to recommend to India how fertilizer should be promoted. They conducted some experiment on wheat in northwest India, and they found that response to nitrogen was much higher than what it was to P and what it was to K. So based on that, they just gave a very general kind of recommendation that if at that time wheat used to be the dominant crop, that if wheat is the dominant crop for northwest India, then it is better if you use fertilizer in this combination. You imagine that this concept got so much popularized, so much accepted, even in the official circle, and it has no scientific basis to prove it. Then I tried to fill this gap. How I addressed it, that the concept of balanced fertilizer is applicable at disaggregate level, as disaggregate as we can go, and it will vary over time depending upon what crops you are growing, what yield you are having, and what is the nature of the soils. It will depend upon these three things. And as you know that over time, cropping pattern changes. In Punjab, in mid-70s, only 10-15% area was under rice in Kharif season, but now more than 70% area is under rice in Kharif season. So like that, cropping pattern changed everywhere. So what I did is that maybe of some relevance when you do this work further in the coming years, that I looked at disaggregate data at state level, that what is area under different crops in each state, irrigated and unirrigated condition. What is the recommendation of Agriculture University or ICR Institute in that agro zones, and what recommendation they are making, and what is the deviation from that in terms of normative or recommended level of fertilizer and actual use of fertilizers. So then I calculated that state-wise, and from that I arrived all India level, because for policy purpose, how much you promote that at national level, how much supply should be there. So one need to know at national level what picture emerges, but basically that concept comes from disaggregate level, and at aggregate level you come to know about the macro situation, that what is happening at macro situation. So I used data up to 11-12, and what I found was that the ideal ratio as per recommendation of agriculture, NARS, Agriculture University and ICR, it was 2.55, 1.4 and 1, which was further that 4 is still on higher side. If you want to say 1:2, then 4 will come down to something like 3. But at disaggregate level, there was an interesting story, and that interesting story was that in 13 out of 20 states for which I did those estimates, nitrogen use was less than what is considered optimum. It was only in 7 states. Some of those were bigger, so one need to do area weighted to know aggregate level how it comes out. That it was only in 7 states that nitrogen was used in excess of what was recommended. And there were also 1 or 2 states where even P was used in excess, and 3-4 states where K was used in excess, and 4 states where even P was used in excess. So if we have to address it, we need to go down to that level, because I gave example also in that paper that imbalance, that balance use can sometimes result in undesirable situation. Like suppose Dr. Scientists like Dr. M.L. Jat, they recommends that we need to give 40 kg nitrogen, 20 kg P and 10 kg K. So that it is 4:2, something like that, 4:2:1. Now you imagine 2 situations, that in one situation, farmer use 40 kg of P, not half 40 kg of nitrogen, not half of P, but 1/4 of P and 0 of K. Second situation, a farmer used 10 kg nitrogen, 5 kg P and 2.5 kg of K, perfect balance. But it is 1/4 of what is needed by plant. So I think these 2 things are important. If imbalance can take care of adequacy, only then it will give us right kind of policy message. Otherwise, only to the extent there are complementary or that if you apply P, the efficiency of K increases, those kind of things. Otherwise, you will find that it is not there. But in my paper in 2015, I took this position that if use of some nutrient is below recommended level, even if balance is getting disturbed, the priority should be first you reach the adequate levels. It is only beyond that the concept of balance become more important than the quantity to be used. And I just mentioned in my paper example of human, that you tell a person that your calorie, energy and protein balance is disturbed, and it will be restored if you halve your calorie intake. That may do more harm to a person than having balanced diet, which is below what you are recommending. So this is something I think nuance, if it can be addressed in future. And ADG of soil science met me last Friday. He told me that using that methodology, they are now preparing estimate at district level. I think which will be very good thing. And this kind of exercise, valence fertilizer, is done by some scientists, Soil Science Institute, in limited context. It is not that it is not done, but to have a national policy, we need to know how it sum up or how it translate in terms of India developing a capacity to meet that kind of nitrogen and having supply of P and K of that level, and how it change over time because of change in this cropping pattern, which are now becoming more prominent from last few years. So this was just first comment that 4:2:1, in fact, represent, underestimate the imbalance. The actual imbalance, if you take into account the actual situation, is much higher. And to the young team of Ashok Gulati, I would like to suggest that you consulted literature up to 2000. I've carefully read the summary which I received. There are good studies before that also. So sometimes you get reference from a reference, you see to it, and I will suggest that you see work of Professor Prasad. He was a great agronomist in this country. I rate him highest. He is the person who first started mildly questioning this balance, but he did not write about it. I wrote it and make it more explicit. And subsequently, a paper in 2009 by NAS, National Academy of Agriculture Sciences. You referred to a couple of papers by NAS, but that paper somehow got missed. So you consider those two for your future work. You will get some good site based on that. Then I was looking at the result of this study and seeing farmer behavior, that is it so irrational that they are not using something which is best for them according to us, or there is some other things. It is reported in your this summary which I got, Annex 1. Annex 1 says that 90 to 95% of soil sample, last 3 years soil health, 3 phases of soil health card, 90 to 95% of soil sample shows that nitrogen is deficit, that the plots from where those samples were taken, they were showing nitrogen deficiency. But the plot which were showing this deficiency in P and K were much less. The plots or sample which were showing deficiency or say adequate P and K, that was much higher than 5 to 10% sample which were showing adequate nitrogen. If this is the situation, obviously farmer will apply more nitrogen than P and K. I interpret that result this way. Maybe I'm just wrong. If you want to discuss it, we can discuss separately. Maybe what you are saying, there is something behind what is written there. But I interpret the result of soil health card like this, that if we have been applying excess nitrogen, then why at a given point when you take the sample, 95% in the second phase, 90% in the first phase were showing that the soils were deficient in nitrogen. Then they should have shown that nitrogen was in excess. Leaching, etc., could be there. That is a separate part. In this sample, it should. So we should just look into it, or there could be something wrong with the soil health card also. Some people have written on those things also, that understanding fertility of soil based on the way we take soil sample is highly inadequate for most of the soils of India, particularly where there is a lot of variation in the fertility, that the soil, it may not capture. You need some space, science application. That entire field is considered. One sample, 2 sample may not be representative. But I think that result need to be seen carefully. I would interpret it that if your 95% sample are showing nitrogen deficiency, and only, I have written those figures, only 76 showing P deficiency, only 43 to 70% showing K deficiency, then obviously farmer would like to use more of nitrogen than P and K, and that figure over time showing increase in first and second phase from 90 to 95 doesn't support that we have been using more nitrogen than what is needed by the soils. That may take me to other kind of issues that whatever recommendation, now I am attacking ML Jat, that whatever recommendation we are making for different crops, that they require 40, 20, 10. In most of the cases, they have not changed in last 50 years. When I was doing BSc agriculture, there was same recommendation of NPK for rice and wheat in Punjab. It is same today. Whereas yield during this period have increased 3 times. Okay. So is it that the recommendation underestimates requirement of nitrogen, or what is this? We need to see to it. Sometime this argument may be dismissed by taking the example of what is happening to nutrient use efficiency or nitrogen use efficiency. You report vigorously quote work of S.K. Chaudhary, who was DDG in ICR, great soil scientist again, who shows that nitrogen use efficiency, that maybe per kg of NPK, we were getting 13 kg 30 years back. Now we are getting only 2.5 kg or something like that. You see, in economics, we know that there is something like law of diminishing marginal product. If you apply more of same input and technological change doesn't negate it, you will just find that on the same production function, there will be law of diminishing marginal return. So there will be decline in productivity. When in India, we were using, say, only 80 kg of NPK, I was expecting efficiency to be at a level of, say, 10. When I increase from 80 to 100, I expect it to go down. Further, when I increase from 100 to 150, I expect it to further go down if technological change are not happening. Okay. Of course, prices distorted it. Prices made it more profitable to use it. But simply because that efficiency is declining, that may not be an indicator of indiscriminate use of fertilizer. In fact, I have this difference with even Dr. Katyal, who published a lot on fertilizer use efficiency, that over time, unless you tell me that you have developed varieties which raised yield by so much in response to that there is a genetic gain, this thing is going to happen. And as long as marginal value productivity is more than what is the marginal cost, farmer will use it even if fertilizer use efficiency decline to 1. They will continue to use it. So we need to go into depth of those things rather than drawing final conclusion from that one indicator. Ashokji, can I take another 5-6 minutes? Okay, thank you. Then I come to this soil organic carbon. It is very, very important. In fact, in most of the soils, it is a fact that in India, the soil organic carbon content is declining. But in between, there were some papers which showed that that the state which we quote for decline in this organic carbon, in fact, it was increasing. It was a study by Professor Vijay Singh, who was a ICR national professor, and Bambi, Dr. Bambi, who showed that over time, so much of plant leaves, plant biomass is going back into soils that in a particular phase, they said that the soil organic carbon was increasing. I looked at it differently because the data on physical quantity of manure is not available, but we have data on physical quantity of fertilizer. But we have data on what was the value of manure that was used. That data we have at constant price and current price. And sometimes we can just consider, not perfect, that what we get from the constant price data that reflects what is happening to physical quantity as a representative of what is happening to physical quantity. Over time, till recently, this use of organic manure is increasing, though in different phases the rate of growth has been different. But it has not kept pace with the increase in use of this chemical fertilizer. If I share figure with you, in 71, when Green Revolution started, the use of farmyard manure, the spending at constant price and current price, these ratios remain not much different. Farmers were spending 3.7 times on manure. Spending means that was the value of manure even if it was produced at farm compared to what was spent on synthetic fertilizers. In the first 2 decades of Green Revolution, in 20 years, it came down 25% less than what was spent on organic fertilizer. Then what was spent on chemical fertilizer. In next 22 years, it was not even half. That in 2011, farmers invested only 44% on manure and compost compared to what they spent on synthetic fertilizers. But after 2011, there is some reversal. That is, I think, first heartening point to me, that in last 13 years, the spending in real terms on chemical fertilizer in 13 years increased only by 6%, whereas those on by 6%, whereas those on organic fertilizer have increased by 25%, and the ratio has first time after 40 years increased from 0.44 to 0.48. So some, though very small, green shoot that because of so much political concern promoting natural farming, different kind of things, there is a higher increase in use of organic fertilizer first time in last 10, 12 years compared to what it is what is the increase in case of synthetic fertilizer. But I think over time, sometimes we feel shy to say something which is relevant for farmers. I used to tell farmers that it looks like you don't want to soil your hand. Many farmers don't even want to touch cow dung. Now, since I come from a farming family, let me show you that how much this trend has diverted. Sometime I share with Dr. M.L. Jat, who also come from similar background. Till 70s, when I was in school, 72, my sisters, my mother, people in neighborhood, hiring even labor, in the beginning of winter, they will collect the plant leaf. Deciduous plant like Dalbergia shishu, they will shed their leaf completely. So women of the farm household, they used to collect all those leaves and they used to put it in the animal house where animal in the winter were kept. So they will put it 3 feet, 4 feet. As children, we used to enjoy, like city children now enjoy that springboard, just jumping on the 3 feet layer of the leaves. And during winter, the animal urine will get absorbed there. Some cow dung will mix here. So by the month of March, in every that animal house, you will have a 3 feet layer of farmyard manure. But now I don't find single farmer doing those kind of things. Since they are not doing, I think we have to look at, can we promote production of bio inputs? Can we promote production of manures? So those things are very, very important. As a solution, sometimes we suggest DVT. In fact, I was in a farmer conference organized by Ajay Shekhar, where Tyagi ji and other farmer leaders were there. They said, we want, subsidy should be paid to us. I kept listening. I told them, okay, I will support your demand. This is great. If you want it, it can happen. But do you know what does it mean? It means you will buy urea not at 280 rupee, you will buy at 2000 rupee, but you will get that 1800 which is going to industry, that will come to you, but you have to pay 2200. After that, they never asked for this DVT and this subsidy to them. The complex issues in this are, in India, there is so much variation. In fact, I sent this proposal. It was not supported by then Chief Economic Advisor, Arvind Subramaniam ji. He said, I differ with you. We cannot give different support for different districts. Now, there are some districts in this country which use only 10 kg of NPK. There are some districts in this country which uses 500 kg of NPK per hectare. The district where farmers are using 500 kg of NPK, roughly they will be getting 10,000 rupee for that fertilizer. And farmers who are using only 10 kg of NPK, so you want that they should also get 4,000. So when you do it, the farmers will be up in arms that what is the subsidy you are giving? Direct benefit subsidy. We are using 500 kg, you are giving us only for 30 kg, 40 kg. So this variation appears. I couple of times pushed a proposal in the government that we can begin with what is the productivity of agriculture in different districts, so we can pay DBT in proportion to that to avoid this kind of thing कि जो पैदा ही नहीं करता उसको सब्सिडी किस लिए देनी है. But over time, if the person join the productivity, they also start getting higher share. So those kind of proposals are there, but this is a complexity which I think discourages government to go for DVT, that how much they pay to different people, because its use differs so much that some of the West Bengal district, which are vegetable grower, they use lot of nitrogen and PK. But most of the districts in Rajasthan, when I did estimate in Badmer, it was only 6 kg per hectare. So I just said 10 kg that last some year it might have. So this is the difficulty in giving it. Now, also, we know that much of the impact of micronutrient is on quality. And in India, we have serious difficulty in market paying for quality attribute. You cannot judge quality always by looking at shape of grain, color of grains. So how trade pays to a beet coming from a field where there was adequate zinc, and beet coming from other field where zinc was not adequate, because it is not reflected in the appearance unless you do complicated sample and chemical analysis to see how much micronutrient is there. So I think it is a market failure. In fact, other than this, even other big innovation in agriculture failed because the market doesn't pay for quality attribute. We have example of quality protein maize, which was developed by Dr. Basel. ICR tried to promote it. It carries 2 times protein, Dr. Jat, compared to ordinary maize. But since in market it was not visible, so it failed. And farmer said, we will go by quantity because market pays for quantity. So again, I think still in case of vegetable and fruit, we can have some idea that from the color, we come to know it has less deficiency, from the cracks, etc. But most of the crops, I think it is not just visible, and we do not have legal kind of thing that in order to maintain certain health of soil, you must follow a certain principle like European country do. So when we come to way forward, I think very good that you did not only diagnose problem, you not only express severity of problem, you also paid attention to way forward, and you have suggested 3 Ps. Policy, practice, and products. I would say that it is very important, product very, very important, but policy sometimes does not explicitly include price. So if we can explicitly mention or emphasize the role of price, that I think will be more influential. Sometime back when there was this shortage of urea, so someone just called me that by urea, there should be no shortage compared to previous year. All those things are there. Then I just said, if you give something in free, there will be shortage. And when you are giving 85% subsidy, it amounts to giving it free. So I think price distortion is very, very important. Other policies are also very, very important. So what I want to say is that you have captured some nuances, but some nuances still remain, which you can capture in subsequent study. In this report, you have highlighted some concern, which are well taken, very ably articulated. And I hope that this study mark a beginning of some change in fertilizer policy in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful address. I would now request Dr. M.L. Jat, Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Research and Education, Director General ICAR, to share his special remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, Professor Ramesh ji, Dr. Gulati ji, Shekhar ji kahin chale gaye, and all the experts on the subject. First of all, let me congratulate ICRIER for this very, very important deliberation and the report which I haven't seen yet, but I think this is something crucial. And also would like to sincerely thank ICRIER for this opportunity. I don't know where to start, but I think the topic is on soil, healing the soil, which is our foundation, which is the foundation for our survival. And I think the soil is not in real good shape when we talk about country like India. And we truly need to heal it. Now that healing requires a multi-pronged strategy from the technology to the policy. And I think when we talk about the soil health, fertilizer, and the nutrition, what we talk about, they are all interlinked. We're talking about a nested issue. Many examples, cited by Professor Ramesh Sanji, articulated in a way where even a common man can understand. And the example what he indicated, let me start from the deficiency versus sufficiency and the ideal ratio and the recommendations. I think the deficiency and sufficiency, and I totally agree with you, which we've been discussing, when this rating chart was prepared, the biomass production was totally different and the soil nutrient status was totally different. And in 50s, we used to say our Indian soils are rich in potassium. So this ratio came from that thought process. When it was rich, then we kept it 1. So 4:2:1. But it's no more rich. Indian soils are no more rich in potassium. We see the potassium deficiency as well. But still we are using the same rating chart of the low, medium, high. Now another perspective is low, medium, high. For what? We're talking about the yield targets. So it may be sufficient for a farmer producing 4 tons of the yield, but there is a farmer who is producing 6 tons of the yield. It's not sufficient. It's deficient. So that prescription again is not making sense. And truly, we need to revisit first the rating. What is low, what is medium, what is high, for what situation, what crops. And the second one is, when we talk about, because when those recommendations were made, we were not fully equipped in terms of revisiting all the soils, in terms of assessing the status. But now I think when we talk about the soil health card, since we use the card, then we should not look at the ratio, ideal ratio. We should be making use of the soil health card, what is really needed for that particular situation and for a particular yield target. So again, I also don't believe in this ideal ratio, personally. Now, another aspect is, even when we talk about the soil health and all the soil health cards, it's chemical properties, the fertility charts. If we look at the soil health not only India, across the world, soil compaction is a global problem. Same is in India. If you look at our soils across, for example, the Gangetic Plains, the subsoil compaction is rampant. And that subsoil compaction is determining the response of the fertilizers. The roots are not penetrating through. We have seen the flood-like situation in recent past in the districts like Patiala and Ambala and all those things. It's partly because of the compaction in the soil, because we have reduced the infiltration rates. Now, under that scenario, and we have seen the large data collected, one of our PhD students worked on the big data, collecting data from 8,000 plus farmers. And we have seen the farmers are getting response up to 180, 190 kg of the nitrogen. So from that perspective, farmers are wise. They are using whatever recommendations we make. The reason is there are a lot of losses because of that complex. So until we go, and it's a silent problem. Nobody recognizes the compaction, the soil physical properties is a problem. The another aspect is then biological properties. Now, how many of our soil health card got information on even a single parameter of the biological aspect? Now, soil is a living body. It will not function without microbes. We don't know what microbes is there or not, how much, and we just focus on the one aspect, which is chemical property. I think we truly need to have a comprehensive soil health assessment framework, inclusive of physical, chemical, and biological. That can really help us, otherwise we will be lost. So that needs a tweak in our, even in the soil health card, because it's fertility, rating is fine. When we started with the soil health assessment using the fertility rating, it was fine because our physics and biology were okay. We haven't destroyed them, but we have destroyed over time. Why the physical property is a problem? If we see, and we did another analysis in northwestern Indian states, Punjab and Haryana, where we see the shallow tillage have increased dramatically over past 10, 15 years. That means, and shallow and rotary tillage, which is compacting the soil. The deep tillage have gone away. So the deep tillage was, even when we talk about tillage, though I don't like tillage, I like no-till. But even if you go for the tillage, we should go for a deep tillage rather than a shallow tillage. Shallow tillage is dangerous. It's creating a hard pond. And we can learn something from China, where Chinese agriculture with that shallow tillage created that hard pond where they had to go for subsoiling and invested truckload of money to get rid of the subsoiling. I think this is one important factor which governs the nutrient use efficiency and all those aspects, no matter what we say to the farmer, but they apply more and get more yield because of other factors. That's why they are applying. I totally agree with Dr. Ramesh on the ratio. Even ideal ratio with a low, suboptimal. So I think we should be talking something about optimal rates for the crop, for the soil, for agroclimatic condition, and for a targeted yield level. Wheat in eastern UP or Bihar, or wheat in Punjab, or wheat in Madhya Pradesh. The same wheat, but then different levels of yield which needs, and you have to produce biomass, and that biomass needs nutrient. So how much you harvest from the soil, we have to replenish it back there. On the, and Dr. Gulati mentioned about the yield versus the nutritional yield. And I think we should be thinking about nutritional yield as well. Not we have, X production, but how much nutritious food we are producing, because this is something very, very crucial. And from that perspective, we've been discussing over past couple of months between Indian Council of Agricultural Research and Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR, about agriculture for health. Now, even when we talk about this nutrition part, all the biofortified varieties we produce, wheat is now 60% biofortified varieties. But where is that going? Why our malnourishment number is still same? Because the procurement is in the bulk. You are bulking and sending it somewhere. Somebody is feeding it to the cattle and buffalo and all those things. It's not going there because there is no mechanism. So we are missing the clinical studies whether this biofortified grain is bioavailable to the human. Those clinical studies are missing, and that's what we, together with the ICMR, going forward in terms of assessing, so that once we see the benefit of that biofortified grain to the human health, I think we'll feed back to the policy that this is making a lot of sense. Can we have a disaggregated procurement and channelize it to the, for the nutrition part? Can farmer get some additional, yes or no, but depending on the situation. But I think we need to see from that perspective as well. Now, mention was made, if I see again ratio or no ratio, recently there was a news in Hindustan. Punjab's and Haryana's 14 districts are the top users of the nitrogen. And Sangrur is the number 1 in the country. But Sangrur is number 27 in DAP use. So number 1 in urea, but 27 in DAP use. So I think there is a kind of an imbalance and the other districts as well. So we truly need to see from that perspective as well. I think we need to see soil health and agriculture from the perspective of preventive health for the people. The medical science is curing us, but we are preventing the diseases. And I think agriculture need to be seen from that perspective. But on the other side, again, Dr. Ramesh Sanji mentioned about the carbon in Punjab. We have done, and there's a paper in land degradation and development, which I also contributed on the carbon, the soil carbon in India soils. And we have seen 75%, almost 75% of soils are low to medium in carbon. And I think only 25% are good, which is not a good sign for health of the soil. We need to, and from that perspective, I think we talk about more of a fertilizer management, nutrient management. Let's talk about soil management. I think that's the foundation. So we have to fix the basic problem. And fixing the basic problem needs a multi-pronged strategy approach. One size doesn't fit all. We are dealing the diversity. Agriculture is so diverse, that people, their behavior. And on top of that, we talk about the behavior. Behavior science, I think we are not using much, but I think we should be using because we are dealing with that diversity. Even if we have those soil health cards and asking farmer apply this much and that much, but they are not using. It's something to do with the behavior. I was talking to a farmer about no-till and say, yeah, it's good. We get good yields. We save on the cost. And they say, why are you not doing it? And they say, no, the neighboring farmer feel like I'm a fool. That's a kind of a social pressure and behavioral aspect. Another farmer says, no, all good. But when in the beginning, for 1 month, when I go to the field, I don't enjoy the field. Maja nahi aa raha. Now that's a behavior. So I think we need to deal those kind of aspects as well. So the rate of increase in fertilizer use in Punjab over past 10 decades is not incremental. And I think this is coming because of something farmers are doing for the soil health in terms of recycling residues and other things, which is translating there, which we have done recently because I was looking at the data during the Chief Secretary's conference. I said, yeah, we have reduced the residue burning in Punjab and Haryana. Is that translating into the soil health and the nutrient use. And it is truly translating, because the increment, despite the fact that the biomass production yields have gone up, but the rate of increase in fertilizer, it's more of static over past many years. That means something what we do on the soil health is translating into the fertilizer use. So that's one example. From the perspective of this whole problem, I think what we talk about, because of a lot of subsidy going on the fertilizer, government is worried, farmers are worried, we are also worried. I think we need to take a multi-pronged strategy from that perspective, which we've been discussing with the policy planners and the government. And when I say multi-pronged strategy, I'll put quite a few points, what we've been thinking. So that's again, I'm testing my hypothesis as well. I think we all talk about data-driven agriculture. Now, in precision agriculture, all those things, I think there's a lot of scope in terms of improving the efficiency with the available technologies. So that's one part I think we need to focus more, but not with 4:2:1 and other aspect. I think in a true sense, what works where and how. With that approach, if we design the process. The second one is, I think we need to diversify, and in diversification of fertilizers, organominerals, for example. We got a lot of organic waste, and there's a lot of potential for converting that waste through the organominerals, and and also locally. It's not like collecting somewhere, but wherever it is available. And I think we can load set some of the fertilizer, but at the same time also improve the soil health. So the organominerals, and there are new fertilizer molecules. Fertilizer molecule research, I think we need to strengthen in the country. We also need to think about the indigenous molecules, for example, gluconite available in the country, which can load set the potassium imports. There is some work going on the sugar cane, Bagasse S mediated fertilizer, which is, there are many factories now which are producing and supplying rock phosphate and basic, steel slags and all those things. So whatever amount is available in the country, we should be making use of that. So that's the second aspect. The third aspect is on harnessing the power of biologicals. There is a plenty of microbes. We have a lot of diversity, agrobiodiversity in terms of the microbes, and we haven't harnessed even 0.5% of that. I think we truly need to harness the power of those microbes. We have done something on the biological nitrogen fixation, which is fine, but I think there are other, in terms of the phosphate and other, fertilizers, and also the biological nitrification inhibition. We have seen some of the results in wheat where we can save 25% of the fertilizer nitrogen with biological nitrification inhibition. There is a work in sorghum, there is a work in maize now, but there is a potential in terms of, because we are wasting a lot. So if we can save that through biological nitrification inhibition, can also load set some of the fertilizer, chemical fertilizers, and add into our soil health. The fourth aspect is on, again, how to regenerate soil, because that's the basis. So regenerative farming practices, and there are, plenty of opportunities in terms of pushing the regenerative farming practices, which is not going to only help in terms of improving the soil health, but also reduce the fertilizer use, reduce the environmental footprints, and in that process, now we see the carbon credit markets are emerging. So I think that will be also additional income opportunity of the farmer, but also changing the behavior, because behavior also change with money. So I think that's another aspect we really need to deep dive into that. The fifth one is we talk about a lot of efficiency of the fertilizers and nutrients, but I think we haven't put our focus on nutrient use efficient varieties and crops. So we are now focusing a bit on nutrient use efficient crops and varieties. We have to do a breeding or have a dedicated breeding program on nutrient use efficient varieties, more particularly nitrogen, phosphorus. Phosphorus is there, plenty in the soil, not available. We have to breed those varieties so that we can improve the efficiency and reduce the fertilizer use, improve the soil health. We have done some exercise in terms of how much the organic waste and the biomass available. And I think if we can make use of that, even 50% of that can load shed 25% of our fertilizer use. More particularly the potassium. And I was in Punjab and Moga talking to the farmer who've been recycling rice residues over quite a few years. And now they say they have reduced the potassium used in potato at least half, because there's a lot of potassium in rice residues. So recycling it back, and potassium, 100% potassium, we are import dependent. I think we need to see from that perspective as well. The seventh one is we see that the problem is with 4 or 5 major crops: rice, wheat, maize, sugarcane, and a bit of cotton. And some of those crops, of course, we want to increase the area under cotton, but rest of the crops, I think, diversification. So we are largest producer of rice, but we don't need 50 million hectares of rice. Now, if you take out 5 million hectares of rice and bring the pulses or the oilseed, you are, moving towards the self-reliance in the oilseed and pulses, but also on the fertilizer side and soil health side. So I think we need to have, and that needs a holistic policy framework. The eighth one, I would suggest that still there is a lot of loss in the delivery, the dissemination of the technologies. And dissemination of technologies, because one size doesn't fit all, we need customized advisory. We have to strengthen our extension system. The new extension system, new technology, new tools, new way of doing things. But again, it's not sending something on the SMS, on the video, but it should make sense in the local situation. And that's what needs customization. So I think customization is something important, and for which the Ministry of Agriculture is already working on the agri-stake. But I think those the infrastructure, we talk about public, digital public infrastructure, all those should make sense in terms of customization of the solutions. The last one I would like to suggest, which is important from this table's perspective, especially Professor Ramesh Sanji, the policy. I think there are many things which are leading to the inefficiency. And again, from my own perspective, this fertilizer subsidy is for inefficiency. While farmers need to be supported, but I think we need to think how to make best use of that. Now we are having a lot of programs. We have crop residue management, we have diversification program, we have other program, natural farming, organic farming. What is the motivation for the farmer if they are getting urea in 200 rupees? And farmer don't have a choice to choose. We have to give choice to choose. So if we put together how much subsidy we are putting on, let's put it on the farmer's pocket and let farmer decide what they want to use in terms of organic or natural residues, biologicals, nano urea, or this and that. I think that's another direction, maybe in a phased way, but I think we need a comprehensive picture if we really want to improve the efficiency, reduce the import burden, and also improve the soil health or heal our soils from that perspective. So these are some of my points, but I think truly we need to think agriculture from a larger perspective of health rather than agriculture for calories and food. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing valuable insights on policy, products, and practices. May I now request Professor Chand, Dr. Emil Jart, Dr. Aiyar, and Dr. Gulati to jointly release the report titled Healing Soils in India for Better Crop Health and Human Nutrition, co-authored by Biswabara Sahu, Ritika, Juneja, Sachidanand, and Ashok Gulati. This report presents an in-depth analysis of the historical and current status of India's soil with special focus on organic carbon and full spectrum of essential nutrients. The overarching objective is to inform the design and scaling of data-driven region-specific and soil nutrient quality of food. This report is not just a deliverable, it represents the beginning of a shared journey towards restoring soil health for better crop health and human nutrition. The report can be downloaded using the scanner outside the room. Thank you, everyone. We will now quickly move to a brief presentation summarizing the key findings of the report. Healing soils in India for better crop health and human nutrition. So soils are alive. It all begins and ends with the soil. It is the essential life support system. It grows our food, shelters for microorganisms, regulates water, climate, and sustains the entire ecosystem. India's food grain production has increased from 82 million tons in 1960s to 358 million tons in 24-25. It is the largest exporter of rice globally, and still it stocks 3 times of buffer stock norms. Despite higher food grain availability, micronutrient deficiencies still persist in our soils as well as in our diets. We are what we eat, and what we eat comes from the soil. National Family Health Survey 2019-21 states that 35% children under 5 are stunted, 32% underweight, and 19% wasted. So soil health must be a part of our national dialogue on nutrition security as well as agriculture policy, because our soils are in danger. Out of total agriculture area, 120 million hectare is degraded. We are losing 5.3 billion tons of surface soil per year due to soil erosion. This is leading to loss of 5.4 to 8.4 million tons of essential NPK nutrients per year. The Soil Health Card status of 24-25 states that out of 8.9 million samples tested, 50% soil samples are low in soil organic carbon, 75% have less than 0.7% of organic carbon, only 7% samples are sufficient in nitrogen, 45% sufficient in phosphorus, and only 32% in potassium. Now, the main factor determining the nitrogen in soils is the organic carbon. It is the very heart and soul of the soil, and it determines the biological, physical, as well as chemical properties, also the nutrient absorption capacity. Even the secondary and micronutrient status of Indian soils are quite widespread. 25% of samples were deficient in sulfur, 35% in zinc, 45% in boron, 24% in iron. The results also coincide with ICR All India Coordinated Project, according to which half of the Indian soils are deficient in sulfur, boron, and zinc. May I now request Biswabara to cover the historical trend of soil health in India as well as the causes of its degradation.
Thank you, Ritika. So soil health deterioration is not a recent crisis. There has been widespread and long-standing deficiency of primary and secondary nutrients in Indian soils from before. From the earlier studies of 1960s, it has been observed that around 50% of the districts of India are low in nitrogen and phosphorus, and around 20% of Indian districts are low in potassium. Subsequently, during 1997 and 99, from the national analysis, it was observed that more than 50%, and which is around 67% of the soil samples were deficient in nitrogen, and around 50% samples were low in phosphorus, and 13% samples were low in potassium. Also, the sulfur deficiency has increased in the country, which has just affected 70 districts during 1991, increased to around 300 districts during 2010. Also, the recent study by ICAR, Soil Health Card, and Dr. Chaudhary shows that there is a huge deficiency of primary, secondary, as well as soil organic carbon deficiency in Indian soils. A long-term study conducted by Pathak et al., considering the duration 1970 to 2018, shows that because of the insufficient application of phosphatic and potassic fertilizers, there has been a net decline of 0.06 million tons of phosphorus and 5.27 million tons of potassium from the Indian agricultural soils. So all this data show that the potassium decline has been quite more. Now, there are various factors driving the deterioration of soil health in India. One of them is the geogenic factor, which is caused due to natural phenomena like soil erosion, water erosion, and many other natural calamities. But what is aggravating such deterioration in India is the man-made factor or the anthropogenic factors, which are excessive and imbalanced nutrient application, intensive tillage practices, suboptimal or no application of organic manures, faulty water management practices, and overuse of synthetic chemicals. Now I will hand over to Ritika to explain what are the policy impact for deteriorating soil health.
The most concerning remains the subsidy policy. 82% nitrogen is applied through urea. Urea prices have remained constant, as you can see from the graph, over a period of time. And this brings us to the notice that 85% urea is subsidized, 40 to 45% P is subsidized, and only 5% K is subsidized. So the inter-product price distortion leads to high imbalance in the use of fertilizers as shown in the graph below. Now, there has been a lot been said already about the NPK ratio. So we'll also just show that the ratio which used to stood at 4.3:2:1 in 2009-10 has worsened to 10.9:4.4:1 during 24-25. So this deviates from the ideal ratio of 4:2:1, but there is of course a long-standing debate what is the scientific basis for this ratio, as well as whether this still holds in the present agriculture scenario. However, the CRISIL forthcoming comprehensive work done on the state level based on the recommended doses of fertilizer application by state agriculture universities based on cropping pattern, soil type, yields, and other factors shows that there is deviation in the fertilizer application compared to the recommended doses, particularly in states like Punjab, Haryana, Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, there has been over application of N, whereas in majority states there is under application of P, while in all states there is under application of K. We have also gone through the study done by Professor Chand and Pavitra in EPW, and a lot of similarities can be drawn from these two studies. Now, what impact it has on the plant health and crop health? The fertilizer response ratio has been declining over a period of time. As you can see, decadal average from 12.1 in 1960-69 has come down to 5. And in case of irrigated area, it has come down from 13.4 in 1970 to 2.7 in 2015. Even the nutrient use efficiency of N fertilizer has come down. That means only 40% of applied N is taken up by the crops. The rest is lost to the environment, either in the form of nitrous oxide, which is 273 times more harmful than carbon dioxide, and part of it leaches into the groundwater in the form of nitrate, which again has serious health implications leading to diabetes, thyroid, cancers, and even baby blue syndrome. P and K deficiencies also impair plant growth, affects its immunity, quality, and yields. Now, this slide is very important because this shows that over a period of time, not only our soils are deficient in essential micronutrients, even the varieties of rice and wheats are losing its ability to provide adequate dietary allowances to our people. As you can see, zinc and iron content in rice varieties has reduced by 33 and 30% respectively. In case of wheat, it has come down by 27 and 19%. That means the ability of rice and wheat varieties to meet the dietary requirement has declined by almost 50%. Now, what is the way forward? How can we improve the soil health for better crop health and human nutrition? The answer lies in 3 P's: policy, products, and practices. The first policy, as we already discussed before, yes, definitely give it to the farmers on per hectare basis maybe, but this needs a calibrated approach in identifying who are the actual beneficiaries, which will require a lot of triangulation of data at the back end so that we have a robust system in place before we enroll this. This requires decontrolling fertilizer prices. If this requires a lot of planning, at least government should bring urea under NBS, that is nutrient-based subsidy scheme, and rationalize the relative fertilizer prices of N, P, and K. This will to an extent correct the distortions in the prices as well as consumption. With respect to products, there is a need to promote innovation as well as promotion of specialty, water-soluble, high-efficient fertilizer formulations, as well as carbon-rich organics. Also, there is a need to promote fertilizer customization to meet the crop requirement based on 4R stewardship, which is right time, right source, right place, and right rate. Now, not just enriching the soil, we also need to enrich our crops through fortification as well as biofortification. Between 2014 and 2024, ICR has released 152 biofortified varieties of field crops, but there is a need to improve its reach amongst the masses. With respect to practices, integrated nutrient management with crop diversification is the way forward. Thank you. Thank you, Rajat Kumar Mishra ji, for joining us today for this inaugural session. May I please request him to share his views and also his special remarks. You can just stand. Just go there and stand. May I now request Mr. Rajat Kumar Mishra ji to please come and share his special remarks.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed scientists, the thinkers, and the representatives of some industries, and friends. At the outset, I must admit that I wanted to sit through this deliberation, and I mean it. But since some special assignments are there close to the budget and all the discussions that we have to do. So I beg pardon for that. But speaking in this group dominated by the scientists and the thinkers, and with huge amount of data, analytical, interesting, and frightening. All these things give a different kind of feeling to us in the government. There are many things which remain outside the realm of research, and there are many things which the policy making miss from time to time. There must be some reasons, some, I would say, pressing needs, which goes with the approach that government has, that the farmers first. But before going into that, I will not speak much because I wanted to have all the deliberations in writing, if possible, the copy of the presentation that just I saw. It will help us in many ways. But when I was reading almost a month ago, that how Fritz Haber, who invented the inorganic process of producing the urea, and when he got the Nobel Prize in 1918, many scientists did not participate in that function because of his some of the controversial things that he went through before that breakthrough. But there was a sizable number of scientists and thinkers who said, it is on record, that the world was searching heavily an answer to increase the food productivity, and it was not getting available. And the Haber process, though it was a need, dire need, but now when we look back to almost 100 years, more than 100 years, we find that that discovery, that inorganic process that has contributed the food security for 7 billion people at this moment. And it was thought in 1896, there were lots of literature that how world will survive after the guano is exhausted, and how do we feed the 4 billion people. Urea and ammonia to urea, that chemical reaction is one of the fundamental things that science has given to humanity. Having said that, the same urea has become a matter of great concern, that how it will sustain the soil health. That is what I believe the major thinking line that we have today. And since I have worked in this sector for the last 2.5 years, and we have seen how urea plays across India and how it influences the common farmers in so many dimensions, that I realize that there is a territory which is so sensitive and the path is so, I would say, touchy in terms of the coexistence of economy and at the same time a small farmer's family with dignity. I am saying this after analyzing huge amount of data. And as you know, we are producing almost 330 million tons of food grains in a year, and 350 million tons of the horticulture and orchards all taken together. There are commercial crops also. And 50% of the total nutrition in the soil is taken away by the food grains alone. And what is the amount? Roughly 100 million tons of nutrients is actually used by our food production which gives us the food security, the buffer, and at the same time exportable surplus. And urea plays the maximum role in this from an administrator's point of view. When I analyze the data that how urea is consumed in this country, that it was really a surprise when we went into details, because we have the system by which we come to know that in which country of India at this moment, how many farmers, how many buyers, they have bought what kind of fertilizer. It is so detailed and so instantaneous, real time, that we take decisions about the movement, about the storage, about the purchase plan, the production plan, everything is connected to this integrated system. And when we analyze last year's data, 24-25, 65% of our farmers, the median value of their purchase is 5 to 7 bags in a whole year of urea. 5 to 7 bags. 35% of the farmers, they take the maximum load of the fertilizer, and 65% they are not huge users of urea. But having said that, when you see the land holdings, it is so fragmented now. The land holdings are so small, and a farmer is depending for his livelihood, for his aspiration, for children, for education, for health, everything is coming from that small piece of land. So there is no scope for reasonability. That is my personal opinion. That how much I can get out of this land, and urea and less amount of DAP, even lesser amount of potash, and today yes, tomorrow not, that kind of NPK. That gives us a kind of comfort to the family that they have done the best to ensure the best production from that small piece of land. 93% of UP's farmers come under marginal and small category. So when the limited resource to buy the fertilizer, the farmer goes to the market, then the DAP and MOP being very much costlier than urea, that gets affected in terms of purchase decision. Though they understand that P is required and potash is required, but that there is a conflict. And when we talk about policy directions and NBS in urea, it has to be there. There is no debate on that. NITI Aayog is saying that for last so many years. But when you analyze that if I bring NBS today in urea, the urea bag will cost 2,200 to 2,300 rupees per bag, 45 kg. And it will depend upon the volatility of the situation in the global market in terms of gas availability. So is it affordable? Will it be really used? That the debate is endless. But I'll give you an example that if we get the agri stack and if we connect to IFMS, the land, the crop, and the fertilizer, with the optimum usage as recommended by agriculture, all these things can very easily be integrated. Once we do that, and if the farmer is coming and having a demand which is much imbalanced, that can be corrected by counseling and also by the system. Haryana has done an experiment which is using huge amount of nutrition, very advanced agriculture, And in 4 months, less than 4 months' time, when the land and crop, they got connected, there is a saving in comparison to last season. Almost 102,000 tons of urea in 4 months and 72,000 tons of DAP. Not a single murmur from anywhere. Technology is the solution. That the first step that I feel is most important is the support of the community, the farming community, to come forward and decide that yes, my need is this much. Price, okay, that debate may go on for some time, but time is coming, no doubt. But first of all, let's fix the quantum, the logical connection between the land and the fertilizer and with what kind of crops. If that is achieved, and that is going to be achieved through the technology, that will definitely help in eradicating that who is the farmer. Farmer has to be defined. Farmer, the co-tenant, they will be placed in one bracket because that is the reality. The landholder is not cultivating. That is another dimension of our changing society. 60% of the land, according to our estimate, though it is not our domain in fertilizer, that is the co-tenant or the shareholder or the bataidar is coming to the fertilizer shop to purchase fertilizer. So we have to accommodate all these diversities so that there is no friction. And once we achieve AgriStack, which we have already done 7 pilots in 4 states, and the matching has improved now around 60%, and there will be an authorization for the co-tenants. The moment that goes up to 80%, we'll start connecting these 3 vital parameters for the farming. At the same time, a massive campaign is going on. It has started, and it had started also in June, in which we are targeting the districts which are consuming the highest amount of fertilizer. Not necessarily it is balanced. Not necessarily it is imbalanced. If you go tahsil-wise, we have the data. 163 districts in India today out of 730 in which fertilizer is used. These 163 districts are individually, each district, they are consuming from close to 3 lakh tons, 2.7 to 2.82 lakh tons in a year to 1 lakh ton. If we take the cutoff of 1 lakh ton in a single district, irrespective of the size, the gross picture is really disturbing. 1 lakh ton of urea means 22 lakh bags of urea. That is the kind of chemical input going into the soil. And there are many cash crops which there is no consideration of what actually will happen in 4 years ahead, 5 years ahead. I have interacted with the best of the farmers. They know everything better than me 10 times, but economics prevail. The cost of pesticide, if you look at that, and the pesticide, the amount that is being used, that is another burden on which the productivity has to be continued. Whether it is capsicum, the red chili in the state of Andhra Pradesh, or sugarcane, now sugarcane in Karnataka. The stories told by the directors in the meeting, it only reflects the kind of economical consideration that is actually neutralizing all kinds of debate, but that is not good. we, as the secretary of this department, we look forward to ICAR, the KBK network, the field staff of agriculture department, because we do not have any field formation. If we do not arrest this trend, then sustainability of agriculture, we cannot talk about it even today with any time frame. One district I remember, I will not name the district. In South India, one of the finest district in terms of food basket, not from now, from the days of Cholas. The collector has written to us with the certification from the agriculture department that the organic soil carbon, organic carbon, which the scientists have told me that should not be less than 1.5. Now it is below 0.5. He has specifically written to us that our agricultural community is the strongest in terms of their knowledge, their hard work, water management. Then they understand everything. But still, the organic content is coming down, and Dr. Jat has already told me that this ecosystem in which all nutrients live and play, if we destroy that, whether by pesticides, by heavy doses of fertilizer, then where do we go? So we need to have this campaign, and I request you to deliberate within your mind 3 things. One is that how to go forward with a plan of action which will target the heightened use of chemical fertilizers in this country. Those who are doing fertilizer like there is no tomorrow, I can say this. How to connect them to research findings and the curation, the curative steps. The cost of fertilizer maybe is not the real matter of worry. The real understanding that what they are doing today, they will not be able to do after 5 years. That is not going into the field. And what are the hands-on aspects that is needed to fight it out, to restore the soil? We are connecting to all Gram Sabhas. Yesterday it has started and it will be strengthened. All companies are holding the Sangostis, but they are not the real activators in the field, cannot be, because they have their sense of business. It is the field formation of research and the transfer of knowledge, and pointed that if this tahsil is completely imbalanced in Rajasthan, in particular district in northern part of Rajasthan, the pesticide used is around 220 to 250 ton in a single district. And across that, in a tribal good districts, not very commercial, they are using 2 tons. So fertilizer, the DAP you will find, and scientists like Dr. Chaudhary, I have disseminated in every meeting that if you are putting DAP in the right quantity in one season, then scientists clearly say you may not have to do it in the next season, immediately next season. But see what is happening. We are searching the globe to get DAP. 2024, 2025, the wars, how they affected the global market, I know day by day. Ammonia pipelines, if they are bombed, if the gas pipelines have bombed, the jetty on the Black Sea is bombed, if that happens, then how do you get the Red Sea, which is persisting as a absolute fettering sore from 24 January till today? It is not functional. We are getting our 6,000 kilometers of additional wires with 3 times cost in freight and insurance. So sourcing the fertilizer is such a big thing now. Can you believe this figure which I am going to say? We have 143 crore people in this country, 1.43 billion. And the fertilizer bags we supply in a year is 150 to 179 crore bags. The logistic of it, when you go through the complexity, it is really challenging. But we have to do it. Otherwise, the productivity is the main issue that is the only consideration we have. But if the fine tunes are not there, this gross level of management, that will not amount to the sustainability at all. So my request is that we have started writing about it. Throughout India, many newspapers are now actually coming out with lots of sensible articles, very simple language. Anybody can understand what exactly is happening and what should be done. So I request you that please write, please speak about it. Dharti Mata Nigrani Samiti, in one of the briefings, Honorable PM was so worried that he said that if we do not go to the villages and panchayat level and form the groups, we will not be able to reach across the real bottom line that we are talking about. And that is why this committee has been formed, and today all states are doing it. 156,000 committees have been formed, and every week the number is rising. And we are going to connect them through a system in which we'll continuously tell them that what you are doing for your family is fine, we understand. But please take a look at the future for your second generation, first generation. That is also important, because that is the only asset we have in this planet A. There is no planet B. And if you ask me that agriculture research, fertilizer, organic fertilizer, all kinds of soil inputs, 1,000 years from now, will it be invalidated? Every department will change. Jokingly, I'm saying. The telecom department, which was there in 1970s, is not now in that shape. But today, when we are talking in Habitat Center, 1,000 years from now, the same issue will be there, because you cannot eat plastic rice. It has to be organic. The nature has to produce it. And if the layer is lost, then everything is lost. So this is a huge opportunity. And the leadership of the government is so committed to it that we must make our farmers aware, and then policy will follow. Farmers first. That is what is the underlying approach. So in this campaign which we are taking forward, if you join hands with us, please come and do it. And we will recognize that, and we will definitely reach out every nook and corner of this country with that. So with that, I thank you, Gulati Sahu. You are a lighthouse, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful address. May I take this opportunity to thank Dr. M.L. Jat and Mr. Rajat Kumar Mishra ji for honoring us with their gracious presence despite their busy schedules. We will now stop for a short tea break and will resume in 10 minutes.
पेन ड्राइव में रखा है मेरे वाला हो गया। एक फोटो साफ आ रही ना? थैंक यू.
Hello, sir.
Is it now available?
Yes, sir.
Copies?
Yes, sir. I'll just check. We have some copies also, so I can arrange one for you. Otherwise, there is a barcode or QR code you can scan and download.
No, I think
Yeah, yeah. Okay, no problem. I'll.
full generation.
That's fine. So we have some copies. But we need fertilizers for food. Yeah. Welcome back. After that insightful discussion, we'll keep the momentum going as we move into our next session on improving crop health for better human health and nutrition and the role of fertilizers. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished session chair, Mr. Suresh Gupta, former Chief Secretary, Government of Sikkim, a state recognized at 100% organic, and the former Joint Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Fertilizer. We really look forward to his insights on achieving the right balance between chemical fertilizers and organic approaches. We are also delighted to welcome our expert speakers, Dr. Debashish Mandalji, Head and Principal Scientist, IARI, and Dr. Deepti Gulati, Senior Advisor, TechnoServe. After our experts share their perspectives, we will open the floor for a brief round of Q&A, and we look forward to an insightful and engaging discussion. Please be seated.
So we have 1 hour. We'll try to compress it. Okay, yeah. 1:30. Okay, that gives us about 40 minutes to be precise. Okay. So without wasting time, I think we can straightway start with presentations. May I request Mr. Debashish Mandal to please take the dais and make his presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, and the esteemed participant. The topic is really very interesting, and now this session is linking soil health with the crop health. But understanding which is really helping each other means if there is a healthy soil, there is a healthy crop and a healthy plant. If healthy plants are there, then definitely it is contributing to the healthy soils. So understanding that synergy is very, very important. And managing the zone where the soil, the plant roots, and the microbes are interacting, that is very, very important as far as the soil health or crop health is concerned, because most of the nutrient demands is from that zone. If plant is to be supplied with some nutrients, essential nutrients, much was discussed during the inaugural program. If there is demand, this demand should be fulfilled through supply. Economics is very clear. But if there is no currency, then there is no meaning in this trade. So who is there providing that currency in this demand supply? So really in the science, it is said that there is a liquid carbon, which is very, very important, and that is the currency. So plant is supplying that through root exudates, and these organic molecules, organic acids, they are helping in the currency business and making all the nutrients in the soils soluble. Microbes is getting this source of energy through this carbon and helping for building this soil health in the rhizosphere zone. So this understanding this mechanism and managing rhizosphere is nowadays is the area where really we can improve even the nutrient use efficiency by 50%, at the highest side 50%. Now the question is, when we are talking about nutrient use efficiency, the rhizosphere and the root efficiency, when it is optimal, then we can make a balance between the productivity and nutrient use efficiency. Even if input supply is very high and root and rhizosphere is very, very efficient and excessive, then also there will be declining nutrient use efficiency, because the luxury consumption is there. There is obesity concept. Like human, if there is more food consumption is there, there is obesity. That is not healthy. Similarly, in case of the plant, if more nutrients are available and it is taken by the plant, there is a obese condition, and which is not a very healthy conditions. So we are compromising with the harvest index, and productivity is also not there. And if some of the nutrients are taken by in excess amount, then the infestation of disease and pests are also more. So likewise, this is very complicated. So if plant is healthy, and if it is supplying that currency and the carbon, liquid carbon, and taking care of that interaction part of the soil, the microbes and the roots, then only we can make a very healthy system. So this is the first thing and the context I would like to just set. Healthy soils is the foundation of course, we know the sustainable food production. There is no doubt about it. But nowadays, we are more concerned about the food nutritions, whether we are taking whatever we are taking, whether it is nutritious or making the fulfillment of our the health parameters or not. So there are challenges of climate change, unsustainable soil management, and land use changes, and it is also the drivers for many threats, which is also a concern for the unhealthy conditions of the soil. So all these things needs to be addressed through the policy and the products and the practices which was raised in the report. And if we just address one side and we are thinking of the solution, then we are again working in silos. So we have to think in a very integrated ways, and all these things which is very priorities aspect and issues, that also is need to be addressed through this deliberation, and also when we are formulating some policies. Global challenges, we know that food security, water security, energy security, climate, all these things, biodiversity, human health. But very interestingly, among the planetary boundaries, which is already crossed, even climate change is not that severe, is much safer than the flux of nitrogen and phosphorus. It is disturbing our water bodies. And we are not talking much in this area, but we are very concerned about climate change, which is much safer below that boundary. It is not yet crossed that limit. But nitrogen and phosphorus flux, which is creating a lot of eutrophication and the problems of water quality, has already crossed, and it is now all reaching to the irreversible areas. So that's why we have to be very careful. And the discussion was there on balanced nutrition. But question here is, again, a deficiency in one nutrient cannot be compensated by a surplus of any. So that's why that discussion of ideal ratio and everything was going on. And I would like to just draw one attention that there is a partial factor productivity. In our experiment at ICAR, Indian Agricultural Research Institute, 55 years old long-term fertilizer experiment is going on. And we are not applying any manure and fertilizer in the control plots, but we are getting 2 tons of yield. So 2 divided by 0 means it is infinity. So partial factor productivity is infinity. That is the calculation side. Can it be possible? So likewise, we are doing whatever fertilizer is applied and yield, we are dividing with the fertilizer application, and we are telling partial factor productivity. So mathematical calculation is not everything. We have to hit the reality. So that means in our control plot, partial factor productivity is so high, it is infinity. So likewise, the time has come to think, because plant demand is fulfilled. That's why we are getting 7 tons, 8 tons of yield. So that is made by the either fertilizer or the soil. So it is not that it has gone down. Somewhere in the mathematical calculation, that is somewhere it is not very scientifically done. So erosion is another very important thing, and among 140 million hectares, almost 83 million hectares is affected by soil loss, where erosion is happening more than 10 tons per hectare per year. And 10 tons per hectare per year means you can say more or less it is somewhere 0.7 millimeter from a 1 hectare area. It is very difficult to identify 0.7 millimeter. Even 1 millimeter, it is very difficult to perceive through our naked eyes. But 1 millimeter from 1 hectare is 15 tons. And that contains a lot of carbon and nutrients. So topsoil saving is also important. So nowadays we are talking about replace what is removed and respond wisely to what is changed. Attention is not given to that. Proper attention is not given. and predict what will happen if these pressures are going on, business as usual, if it is going on, then in the near future, in the 10 years, 20 years, what will happen? So today's context, this soil-based soil resilience is so important if we really would like to achieve another green revolution, and that will come through this natural resource management and the rhizosphere management. So very, very important thing is that not just varieties and the yieldings will help. Natural resource management and rhizosphere engineering and management is so important. I will not going to discuss this already. The nutrient deficiency of primary nutrients and the micronutrients was presented and discussed by our distinguished Dr. Ramesh Chandji and our Honorable DG sir. And responsible plant nutrition management should be the today's actually the concept, where we should address the water quality, air quality, the greenhouse emission, ecosystem services, and soil quality. So whatever we are doing, this we have to keep in mind. Then only it will be responsible plant nutrition management. So otherwise, if just we go by blanket or recommendations or recommendation of the state governments, then that is not going to help. And we have a program like STCR, Soil Test Based Crop Response. That program is going on based on targeted yield concept, where not only just NPK, but even organic manures was also suggested. And what is the contribution of organic manure? If we would like to achieve some target yield, what should be the nutrient mechanisms for that? So that way we have a AICRP, All India Coordinated Research Projects. There, if we go by that, we can save a lot of nutrients, where nutrients are not necessarily to be supplied through external sources like fertilizers. So that way also we can save the cost of cultivation. This is very interesting. Just I would like to draw your attention that these red dots are showing that where the vegetables and fruits are at least is loaded with one of the heavy metals. Means it is not consumable, it is not permitted for consumption. At least one heavy metal is crossing the limit, the red dots. And green dots are fine. So there are multiple heavy metals even in these red dots. There in the Europe, even in the Africa, there are green dots. But surprisingly in India, in the Gangetic Plains and central parts and the western part, not a single green dots are there. We are using wastewater, industrial water, and we are using even the sludge and swages. It contains heavy metals, lot of heavy metals, which is a concern. And for human health and plant health, surprisingly, plants are growing very nicely there. Plants are looking very healthy. But the fruits and the vegetable content, which is we are eating, that is containing more of heavy metals. This is one side. We conducted one research in our IRI farm. So there I just would like to say that we applied high doses of sludge at the rate of 20 tons, 30 tons per year. After 10 years of continuous application, means 300 tons of sludge is applied, and it contains almost 8 to 9 kg of lead. It is applied. But surprisingly, it is not causing any health hazard because organic matter is there in the sludge, and it is organically binding this. Very tightly bound form is there, complex, and it is not going to release in the soil system and plant system. So organic matter is also so important. If organic matter is sufficient, then heavy metal can be even trapped, complex and immobilized, and it will not cause any harm for 50, 100, even 150 years. So in nutshell, I would like to just draw your attention. Already this point of 4:2:1 was discussed. I am also not in that belief that is there any ideal ratio. No, it is not possible ideal ratio. But demand should be supplied either from the soil system or from the external sources of fertilizer. Even by just managing the soil pH through light, we can save 25 to 30% of the nutrients.
Dr. Mandal, 3-4 minutes.
Yeah,
You will be
4
able to
minutes.
wind up.
4 minutes. So that way, chemically balance that ideal pH, if we can make that 6.5 to 7.5, most of the nutrients are available. So whether lime is important or nitrogen is important or some other nutrients are important. And if lime is available to the farmers for acid soil, really we can manage very nicely the soil health I am talking about. And these biofortification varieties, there was discussion during the inaugural session, but without agronomic fortification, what is the role of biofortification varieties? If biofortification is grown in a zinc deficient soil or iron deficient soil, and we are growing zinc fortified varieties or iron fortified varieties, what is the use of that? So likewise, there are some of the areas which needs to be discussed. And this is very important because when you're talking about balanced nutrient, the NPK mentality, we have to come out from that. Now we have to think of CNPK, either through green manure or cover crop or FYM compost. Nowadays, cow dung is also not available. So we have to just address that carbon. And that is the main crux of the story and primary thing for making a healthy soil. Without that, the healthy soil is not possible. So very, very important parameter is organic carbon. And the organic carbon threshold, the limit is there. Dr. Lal also gave that idea 1.5, but in our tropical condition, it is very, very difficult. But there are studies on long-term fertilizer experiment. In some soil, it will be 0.6. In some soil, it will be 0.8. And in some of the soils like molly soils in Pantnagar, Tarai region, it will be even more than 1. So critical limit is not just 1, 1.5 for all soils. No. From the point of view of plant health, it varies from soil to soil. And in arid region of Rajasthan, it is very difficult to bring 0.75. So that way also practical things are there. There are soil health indicators and very, very rapid methods are there. And any farmers can do on the field itself, like by filling method, see, look how it is loose or some aggregates are there or not. Likewise, I am not going to this, but this point was raised by our Dr. Ramesh Chandji, that collecting the leaves from the forest floors and making a heaps, and either biogas slurry is added to these dry leaves, or they are putting these as a floor material where animals are there in the cow sheds. And it is used as a fertilizers, as a split dose, not just as a basic material at the time of land preparation. And doing so well, you can just identify where the red line is there. It is actually the improved practice where they are adding this. And all these 10 parameters are so high, above 7 and 8. And conventional practice is 4 or 4.5. Yes, there are ways like phosphate production, rich organic manure that is there, it is coming, and it is really helping for cutting the fertilizer applications. And there is also somewhat organic sources are there and microbes are also there. So that way you can really help, and farmers will get some 15,000 rupees of subsidy, marginal and small farmers, if they are going for this preparation of phosphate rich organic manure. So this way, and trial is there and photograph is also there. So plant health, you can just understand from this photograph. And this is a very simple preparation of the press mud and rock phosphate alternate layers, and trichoderma, pseudomonas and aspergillus. These fungi are there, which are helping for this preparation. So this is also very important, but question is nowadays just 4R is not going to help. Then regenerative agriculture and conservation. So 4R plus is now the strategies, because we have to take care of the organic component as well. But what we are doing, just see, we say that the grain is for the human and animal, but straw, at least it should be for the soil. The soil has a right, but we are taking that also from the soil. And we are using as a feed for the animal. Okay, fine. If animal fed by this straw, and cow dung is there, but what we are doing with cow dung is used, 60% of the cow dung is used as a biofuel, not going back to the soil as a manure. So soil is deprived of this organic manure, and soil has a right. So we talk about human right, but we are just not taking care of the soil right. And soil is producing all this biomass, and it is not getting back that carbon. So in the conclusion, I would like to just highlight that there are lighthouse and living laboratories, long-term fertilizer experiments are going on in almost all the state agriculture universities and many ICR institutes. Long-term fertilizer experiments are going on, and it is giving a very good lesson how the integration of the nutrients along with the compost and FYM is so important. 55 years, 60 years, 70 years. So now we have to connect the better things of innovation among the practitioners and the scientists and the farmers and with the policy. So seed input management is very, very important. And there are a lot of scope where rice fallow management, we can go through some cover crops, some green legume crops. That is also helping for nitrogen fixation as well as for carbon. So implementation of the policies should be pro-nature, pro-soil, that is, we have to take care of the soil health, and pro-land managers. And land degradation, of course, definitely we have to manage and restore the land wherever that acidification or salt related problems are there or erosion problems are there. And here also the approach should be vegetative and the agronomic measures, not engineering measures. Vegetative and agronomic measures are pro-nature. So it is taking care of the soil health. And there is an interlinking of soil health and crop health as well. So finally, just I would like to give a message through this picture that arrangement and attention is the very, very important thing for soil health and crop health. Arrange the land as per its capability. Don't go for rice wheat everywhere. It has some suitable zone, it has some capability zone. So arrange the land as per its capability and pay attention where attention is required. If zinc is not required, where you are going for zinc. If phosphorus is not required, soil is rich in phosphorus through the application of DAP for centuries, I mean decades, not centuries, decades, then there is buildup of phosphorus. So why will go for phosphorus? Then alternative management is there. So we have to give focus on that. So pay attention where attention is required and arrange the land. This is so simple, but it is very difficult. So there are different level of thinking among the stakeholders.
Dr.
So with this,
Mandal, you can quickly wind up.
I would like to conclude, sir. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mandal. Now I request Madam Deepti Gulati to make her presentation.
Hello, friends. I'm very delighted to be here and very overawed by every one of you. And I'm vertically challenged, so I'll try to be shifting a little here so that I'm visible to you all. And I realized today that I'm actually even knowledge-wise challenged when it comes to soil health, agri practices, and so on. And thanks to Dr. Ashok Gulati, who encouraged me to make a presentation on this. I read a lot and I put some points which may be very juvenile for you, which may be very repetitive for you, but I'll try and focus more on nutrition, because why nutrition is so important, and all the good nutrition that we get is from plants. And when we are not getting adequate nutrition from plants, then what do? We add micronutrients as a part of fortification to the staple foods. And I'm working basically in the area of staple food fortification, fortifying rice, fortifying wheat flour, oil, milk, and salt. And as in public health domain, whenever you are doing something in which you are adding something to the natural food, there is a lot of hue and cry. There is a lot of criticism, and we have huge lobby of naysayers to say, why are you adding this? And my answer is, I wish the crops were supplying us everything. The food that we have on the table is not adequate enough. The food that is available in the market in terms of fruits and vegetables is so expensive that it becomes very difficult for people to buy enough. And I did a mathematical calculation and I found that even to get the basic minimum requirements for micronutrients, that is vitamins and minerals, a person needs to spend 50 rupees per day per person. Since that is not affordable, most people stick to taking cereals and basically a cereal-based diet. And when you're taking a cereal-based diet, you're missing out on the micronutrients, which we add. And I'm very happy to hear so much of concern about enriching soil so that we could get all the micronutrients from our fruits, from our vegetables, from our crops, that we don't really need to fortify foods. And I'll be very happy to be out of job on staple food fortification if the crops are really good. So I'm just sharing very quickly. I may be skipping some of the basic information, but yes, I read a lot, and you would see that I understood what you all were trying to tell us through salt enrichment and making soils healthy. So why soil health matters? Soil is the living foundation of agricultural productivity and of our food system. Its condition directly influences crop productivity and the nutritional quality of crops that we eat. Healthy soils support nutrient-rich crops, which not only ensure food security, but also nutrition security. And that's where we need to focus on. Soil degradation threatens food security as well as nutrition security. And micronutrient deficient soils contribute to micronutrient deficiencies or the hidden hunger. Why we call it hidden hunger? Because if you don't get enough food, you are hungry, you need to fill your belly. But if you're not getting enough of vitamins and minerals, you don't even realize. Your body needs it, but body does not scream for it as it does when you are hungry. So that's why it is hidden hunger. So micronutrient deficiencies are not just health statistics. They're also the reflection of soil health. And that's a big learning for me too. Soil health is one of the basic determinants of public health outcomes. So sustainable soil management is vital, not just for India, but for global health. Now, let's discuss soil plant composition and nutrient cycling. You all know it better, but I just thought I'll revise it. Understanding soil composition explains how nutrients move from the ground into our food plate. Microorganisms and soil chemistry regulate nutrient availability for plants, and soil contains minerals, organic matter, water, and air. Microorganisms drive the nutrient cycling. The essential micronutrients, as we know, NPK, iron, zinc, selenium, they are absorbed by the plants very well. And soil pH, texture, and organic matters affect the nutrient availability, or rather bioavailability, that we have. So water retention and root zone aeration influences nutrient uptake efficiency, because as we were discussing in the morning, if the soil is hard, it impacts the nutrient efficiency for its absorption. Pest and disease stress reduce nutrient allocation to the edible parts, and soil nutrient directly influence crop micronutrient content. And that's where I get very excited about this. When soils are fertile, absorption of iron and zinc within the plant increases by about 20%. And when the plants get enriched by 20% with iron and zinc, we need to add either no iron or zinc or very little iron or zinc through staple food fortification. And that's what our aim is. Balanced fertilization and crop rotation are proven strategies to restore the soil fertility. And I think we must encourage that and not just focus on the basic crops. The current status of Indian soils, I don't know if it is dated, but the information that I got was that soil health is reality is stark. Only 5% of Indian soils have adequate nitrogen. 20% have sufficient organic carbon. Over 50% of Indian soils are deficient in zinc. Over 33% agricultural land is degraded due to erosion, salinity, and nutrient mining. ICAR reports widespread deficiencies of zinc, boron, and sulfur across the states. And if this be true, it's a concern. Soil health card data shows regional disparities in soil fertility and pH balance. And that's what we have been hearing since morning, that adding the fertilizers should be area-based. Now, my area, nutrition and health scenario in India. India faces a dual burden of malnutrition, undernutrition, and rising non-communicable diseases. Soil-linked deficiencies worsen this challenge. In India, 35% of children under 5 are stunted. I'm one of them. Iron deficiency and anemia. Around 50 to 60% of women in the reproductive age and 40 to 50% of children under 5. And I've not mentioned, but 25% of men suffer from anemia, primarily due to iron deficiency. And its impact is awful. Its impact is increased maternal mortality, impaired cognitive development, reduced work productivity. We always remain tired and our cognitive development reduces. You would have seen so many times in the poorer socioeconomic groups, mothers or the parents always complained that my child is very naughty, he or she does not study. They have no interest in studies. It is basically not that they don't have interest in studies. Their cognitive abilities are so limited that they're not able to understand and absorb what is being taught to them. The result is that they just play around, paying no attention to something that they're anyway not going to understand. And that leads to a huge number of children dropping out of schools or the colleges or the universities. And that's unacceptable. Vitamin A deficiency, estimated 20 to 30% of preschool children show subclinical vitamin A deficiency. And the impact is night blindness, weakened immunity, and high risk of infections. Vitamin A is not just required for eyes, not required for just eyesight. And night blindness is that people can see during the day, but during night, they're absolutely blind. And that kind of a situation is corrected through giving massive doses of vitamin A supplements. But it is so easily available from green leafy vegetables, and red fruits, orange fruits, yellow fruits. So if the soil had enough of these vitamins, and if children were consuming these, perhaps we may not have vitamin A deficiency at the level which we have now. Vitamin D deficiency, this is the killer. 70 to 90% of urban Indians, specifically across age groups, are deficient despite abundant sunlight. Why? Because we remain indoors. Sunlight triggers formation of vitamin D when it falls on our skin. But when we go out, we are fully covered. And on top of that, in urban areas, we also put sunscreens so that the sun does not penetrate and we don't become dark. The result is no vitamin D is formed in the body. In the rural areas, they have a better exposure to sunlight, but now what you would have seen, they too go covered from face to bottom. We, in India, specifically during winters, it is considered very nice, healthy, cozy to be sitting out in the sun. Earlier, it could have been a best thing to do because you were absorbing sunlight and vitamin D was being formed in the body. But now we sit in the sun to warm ourselves to get the heat, but we are missing out on the vitamin D because we're covering ourselves fully. And vitamin D leads to rickets in children, which is bow legs or knock knees. And that is something which is so stark when you go and see children in the rural areas. Osteoporosis in adults, which means hollowing of the bones or the low bone density, and increased risk of chronic non-communicable diseases, which are hypertension, which is blood pressure, cardiac diseases, and cancers. As you would have seen, these are on a great rise in India and also globally. And one of the reasons is vitamin D deficiency. Other deficiencies are zinc deficiency, common among children, contributing to stunting growth. Vitamin B12, increasing among vegetarians and elderly populations. Folate deficiency, often coexisting with iron deficiency in women. Selenium, thyroid dysfunction, oxidative stress. Why plant nutrients are essential? Because plants are primary source of essential vitamins and minerals. We've talked about it. Iron and zinc from cereals support growth and immunity. Selenium from crops aids antioxidant defense and thyroid functions. Vitamin A and C and folate from fruits, vegetables prevent deficiencies. And nutrient-rich crops are critical for long-term public health. Nutritional outcomes of healthy soils, we all know that they will increase the nutrient content and bioactive compounds like antioxidants. These outcomes directly support maternal and child health. Crops from healthy soils have high iron, zinc, selenium, and folate content. As we saw that if the soil is enriched with iron, folic acid, and zinc, 20% composition increases. Improved protein quality and amino acid profiles in cereals and pulses increases. Bioactive compounds like antioxidants increase, and they are regenerative practices. Enhanced nutrition density supports maternal and child health outcomes. Biofortification is there, and agronomic biofortification complements the genetic and industrial fortification. And this has been demonstrated in Haryana and Punjab that these work. Balanced NPK plus micronutrient application prevents nutrient mining, and organic amendments like compost, manure restore the diversity. Key policy takeaways from my perspective: our policies must recognize and treat soil as a public health resource and an asset, because integrating soil management into nutrition strategies can reduce deficiencies at scale. Incorporate soil testing in nutrition-sensitive agriculture. Promote balanced fertilization and organic amendments. Expand soil health card to include micronutrient diagnostics and advisories. Subsidize biofortified seeds and micronutrient fertilizers for smallholders. Invest in soil-focused R&D and state-level extension services, which we heard are being done. Support research on soil nutrition and health linkages. Integrate soil health into Poshan Abhiyan and National Nutrition Mission. The call to action is that soil health is critical lever for improving national nutrition outcomes. Policy must bridge agriculture and nutrition through soil interventions, because investing in soil is investing in India's future health and productivity. Future strategies must combine science, policy, and practice. Adopt regenerative agriculture and biofortification practices, as they can strengthen the soil, nutrition, health chain. Scale up biofortification of staple crops. Invest in soil microbiome research. Foster cross-sector collaboration, which is agriculture and health. Soil health is inseparable from human nutrition. Healthy soils lead to healthy crops, and healthy crops lead to healthy people. And that is what our aim should be. So investing in soil is investing in India's future, health, and productivity. Let's carry forward the message: healthy soils, healthy crops, healthy people. So now let's join hands to provide good health and improved quality of life to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepti Gulati ji. It's already 1:30, and if you kindly permit, I will take about 10 minutes to make my presentation. Dr. Mandal in his presentation has stated that we have only 60 years of farming left now. So the situation is quite alarming. It's like saying that Gulf countries will run out of oil after some time. But then the thing is that they have taken some proactive action. They have thought about alternatives. And it's a wake-up call for all of us. Madam Gulati, she has raised the nutritional concerns which are vital for our policy making. Food security alone is not sufficient. We have to move to nutritional security because on nutritional parameters, I think we rank very, very low, even in comparison with African countries. Coming back to my presentation, Dr. Gulati did mention about Sikkim and its journey towards organic farming. I thought that might be of interest to everybody. So allow me 5 minutes to, of course, it's a big subject. I can just go on, but then there are policy dimensions and practical implementational problems. I think I'll just briefly touch upon that. So after spending 5 years in Government of India in Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers, dealing with chemical fertilizers, policy, subsidy, etc., etc., I went back to my state and the Chief Minister called me one day and said that we have to go organic. So from chemical fertilizers to organic, it was a big shift for me. So I said, okay, the first thing that we can do is to ban the use of chemical fertilizers in our state. And we did that. And because it's a small state, just to give you some numbers, we have about 76,000 hectares of cultivable land. Small state, small population. I thought if we do a pilot here, maybe we can see the results very, very quickly. And we were able to do right things because the political support was there. Chief Minister himself was committed and he used to talk about it and legitimately, perhaps, used to claim the credit also for turning, because Sikkim was being known as the first organic state. So he used to say this in his meetings with the who is who of the country. So I told him, first of all, we are not an organic state. We are at the most organic farming state. And even that is not perhaps 100% true. We are basically a chemical-free farming state because we have to do 10 things to become organic farming state, but we are doing only very few things. Anyway, as far as my experience goes, the starting point was that I collected all the officers of Agriculture Department, basically BSc Agriculture qualification holders, and also the scientists of ICAR. And being a practical administrator, I just asked them 2-3 very pertinent questions. ICAR, you have been around for last 40 years in the state. So tell me one big thing that has been done in Sikkim, which has changed the face of agriculture in Sikkim. So they did say something, but then that was not very convincing. I also asked my own departmental officers, 40 years, what was our food grain production? What was the production of other agriculture crops in Sikkim 1975 when it became part of India? And what is it now? So it has doubled, but then the population is also doubled. So net result is that we are still importing rice, PDS rice. Without PDS rice, we can't survive. So that was the scenario. I said the problem is that we are doing everything. And that is where the policy fault line lies. Central government gives a lot of money to the states, especially northeastern states, for all kinds of activities. For rice program also, money is available. For wheat program also, money is available. So what happens is, what the state government and its functionaries do is kind of dictated and determined by Government of India, making funds available under various programs. Money is available, so money has to be used. So I said, let us change the policy. We will concentrate only on 5 crops where we have some strength. Agroclimatic condition would support that. So we zeroed in on 5 crops: cardamom, turmeric, ginger, buckwheat, and orange. I said we will do only these 5 crops. Rest of the things you can keep doing, but let us focus on that. So we started with that. And money was, of course, available from Government of India, because there is a special scheme for northeastern states. It started with Sikkim, and then this organic farming concept was extended to northeastern states also. My only point is whether organic farming is sustainable. Answer is both yes and no. Sustainable in those areas where traditional farming, normal farming, will not give farmers any income. Otherwise, there will be a problem. For example, talking about Sikkim again, we went organic. We were producing these 5 crops. And then, of course, those backward linkages, forward linkages problems are always there. I'm not going to talk about that. But the real problem was that because of spread of education, because of development, because of jobs becoming available easily in government sector, there are no people willing to work on farms. And Sikkim being a border state, there are some restrictions also on the movement of labor into the state. So with the result, what was happening was that farm hands were not available. Now, these are the problems which are not talked about and not even addressed when policy is formulated. Let us think from consumer's point of view. We are selling organic stuff from Sikkim, but how would the consumer know? Consumer pays a hefty premium on organic products, but then where is the certification? Where is the branding? These are the issues. I think this organic farm produce being sold in the market, it has become a fad, overpriced, but not regulated enough, perhaps. So these are the things that I wanted to talk about as far as Sikkim's experience is concerned. Let me come back to our original discussion, which is, of course, related. My first point is talking about soil health and nutrition and subsidies. So first of all, I think subsidy is a bad word. We should recognize that when you say subsidy, basically, farmer doesn't even realize that he is getting a subsidy, and to the extent of 80% or 85% as far as urea is concerned. Can we replace it with another word and start saying that government would be giving incentives, maybe fertilizer incentive, or in some other form, incentives will be given? Because the incentive is kind of a reward. Subsidy is a large, you see. Reward can be given for a desirable practice, desirable behavior, and visible outcomes. Subsidy is a habit forming. Incentives can be targeted. And as I said, that at least the incentives, when we talk about cash transfer, it will be visible. Farmer will realize that government is giving them something. Subsidy, the way it's being given now, not just fertilizer subsidy, even other subsidies are also, subsidies are invisible. We have to really ask ourselves a question: what are we subsidizing? Aren't we subsidizing export? Substantial amount of food grains are now being exported. Aren't we subsidizing soil degradation? Aren't we subsidizing nutritional inefficiency because of imbalanced use of nutrients. We don't want to get into the debate whether this ratio 1:2:4 or 4:2:1 is right or it needs to be changed. What was the reason for that? Assuming that the current ratio is about 10:3:1, the point is that, and pardon me if I'm differing a little bit from the views expressed here earlier, our urea consumption is still half of China in terms of per capita chemical fertilizer uses. So the problem is perhaps with N, maybe, yes, but the problem is not using enough of P and K. And that is an outcome of the distortions in our subsidy policy. As far as the impact of this and many other things that we have discussed in morning session and now also, is that we know the problem. We know the problem and we know what to do. Only problem is we have policy prescriptions also. We have heard agriculture economists, we have heard agriculture scientists. The big question now is how to go about it. How do we fix this problem? How do we structure it? Because the devil lies in detail, implementational issues. It's a complex subject. We like to debate these issues. A lot of consultations take place, and ultimately, the whole thing also has to be politically acceptable. So my suggestion would be that, first of all, whenever we think of an alternative, I think we'll have to have a layered approach. Layered approach in the sense that let there be a base subsidy for everybody, and then there can be add-ons. Add-ons for customized fertilizers specific to the crops, customization or maybe one layer for specific soil, specific region, and perhaps there could be one more layer for farmer, whether he's a small farmer or marginal farmer. That kind of a thing. It's a huge exercise, of course. We keep debating how to go about it. As I said, we know the problem. But good thing now is that a lot of data is captured by the government system. In the morning, Secretary Fertilizer also mentioned about that. And we can really go down to minor details, which district is using, for which crop, what kind of fertilizer. Then we already have soil health cards. Somebody mentioned, I think Member Planning Commission mentioned the 2,000 crores have already been spent on soil health card. So when we have soil health card, why can't we link fertilizer subsidy or other incentives to the soil health cards? That should be possible. It's challenging, no doubt, but look at the example of digital payments in this country. We have been coming out with solutions which are really mind-boggling. I do remember a prominent politician ridiculed this whole concept of digital payments about 10 years back in Parliament, saying that Indian farmer, Indian people, Indian consumer, rediwala, they don't have bank account, they don't have mobile phone. How will this happen? What is going to happen? And today, the result is for everybody to see. That's why I am saying that we should have faith in the wisdom of our farmer. If right prescription is there, and if we adopt right policy methods, ways of right intervention, I think results can be achieved. It is time to move forward with the strategies for implementation. We have discussed these issues enough. We have enough knowledge. We have some database. We have a roadmap also. And perhaps what we need is implementation, movement on implementation part. That is what I feel. Thank you very much.
so much, sir. Mr. Suresh Gupta, Dr. Mandal, and and Dr. Deepthi Gulati for the detailed session. Due to limitation of time, we are skipping the questions and directly I may request everybody to join for lunch, and we'll reconvene after maybe 40 minutes or 45 minutes at 2:30. During the lunch, you can take the opportunity to discuss amongst the fellow participants and speakers and maybe ask questions and discuss further. Thank you. We'll be starting shortly. We are just waiting for one of our speakers to join in a moment.
Someone can go out.
Welcome back to the roundtable discussion on healing soils in India for better crop health and human nutrition. We now move to our next session on precision nutrient management, specialty fertilizers and innovations. This session will be chaired by Dr. Ashok Gulati, Distinguished Professor ICRIER. Please welcome our distinguished speakers for this session. Mr. Praveen Chauhan, Business Head Crop Protection, Specialty Nutrients, Chambal Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited. Dr. Mahadev Suvarna, Senior Vice President, Specialty Plant Nutrition, DCM Shriram Limited. Mr. Palanisamy Velusamy, Chief Manufacturing Officer and Unit Head, Paradeep Phosphates Limited. Shortly, Dr. Leonidas Vergoods, who is the Chief Scientific Officer from OCP NutriCrops, will be joining. He's here now. Detailed profiles of all our speakers are already there in the dossiers with you. I may now request Dr. Ashok Gulati to please start the discussion.
Thank you, Ritika. We are on a somewhat tight time schedule. We have been given 1 hour. There are full house, 4 speakers. And I'll request each one to be as precise as possible. Interesting thing is clear in the morning that we discussed a lot of policy issues, a lot of agronomy issues, and so on and so forth. This particular thing is more on products and practices. So what type of products can come in and what type of innovations can come in so that we get more from less and in a more balanced way. I think all these people come from industry which are really producing those products. And what is it that they would like to have on the table in terms of the ecosystem, in terms of the environment, which will spur more and more innovations, because at the end of the round, we cannot reduce productivity. We have to produce more, but we have to consume less of fertilizer. So the magic thing is, how do we do that? What are the innovations? Let me invite Mr. Leonidas Vergoods. Over to you. I hope all the way you have come, but you will be precise.
Yes, as precise as I can be.
Yes, thank you. Over to
Thank
you,
you
sir.
very much, Dr. Gulati. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. Congratulations for this amazing event. Everything that we have been hearing so far, it's really well connected with the goals that India, not India, but the whole world we have, right, for this sustainable agriculture. So what I'm going to share today here, my name is Leonidas Vergoods. I'm the Chief Scientist of OCP NutriCrops. OCP NutriCrops is the largest phosphate fertilizer producer in the world and a leading soil health and plant health company. So today what we're going to share is how to answer to these questions that all these panelists, everybody that came here before, we are putting here, right? Which is how do we transform agriculture? At the end, how do we transform society? And how we, as a fertilizer company, as a phosphate fertilizer company, how can we support India, the country and the governments and the whole world in this agricultural transformation that we want to see worldwide. And this is what I'm going to share with you today. So, starting just with a clear definition, what we talk about is sustainable agriculture. We talked here about regenerative agriculture, it came already organic agriculture, and many other definitions. The agriculture that we need to put in a general term here, it's this sustainable agriculture worldwide. Us as a society, we need to move from the current way we do agriculture to this sustainable way of doing this. And when we talk about a sustainable agriculture, it's not only the environment. Environment, it is an important component, but a sustainable agriculture, it's a sustainable agriculture in terms of yields, in terms of environment, of course, but also in terms of economy. Money in the pocket of the farmers. We cannot achieve a sustainable agriculture in terms of the environment if the farmers cannot make more money, cannot improve their livelihoods before. They improve their livelihoods and then they can take good care of the environment. So this is when we shift this agriculture, when we do this transformation, this is for us, we can, as our goal is to help the farmers and the countries and our partners to achieve these two goals, the Sustainable Development Goals together, which is SDGs 2 and 13. So it's ensuring that we have, everybody in the world have enough food, nutritious food, but also making agriculture a tool for climate action. And once we do this, then we really achieve the sustainable agriculture that we need as a society. In order to achieve this sustainable agriculture, we need to do two things. And the first one is, it was very well said by the panelists in the first part of the morning, we need conservation agricultural practices. These conservation agricultural practices, they will come to really be able to deliver to us what we call the ecosystem services. Ecosystem services that make us alive, which is food production, one of them, but also cleaning air, storing carbon in the soil, feeding biodiversity, and so on. All these ecosystem services, they will come from these conservation agricultural practices. And besides being a chief scientist, I come from Brazil. I have been a professor before, and this is all my family, all my parents, they are farmers in Brazil, and this is a picture of our farm. What we are trying to do here, what you see, this is 2 coffee rows, and in between we are planting a legume. Not to harvest, not to make money, just to take care of the soil, to fix nitrogen biologically, to cycle the nutrients, to feed the microorganisms, to improve soil structure, to improve water use efficiency. And this is what we are doing, again, not to harvest, but just to take good care of the soil. So at the end, we have a more resilient agriculture and better quality and better yields. So we are feeding these conservation agricultural practices into our productivity. And this is the same. I can show you pictures from soybean. The same, we have the common way of doing, just going back to a comment that we had before, that farmers, they are not used to do these things. When we started to do this in the farm, my father was always, oh, but this is, my farm now, it looks not so clean. So what the neighbors, they would say. So it's the same everywhere in the world, not only in India, in Brazil, farmers, there are farmers everywhere. When we look to this picture about the soybean, we have the common way of producing soybean fallow, but also then besides that, the same area we have soybean after a cover crop, a pasture that was planted not to harvest, not to feed animals, just to take good care of the soil. And you can clearly see when we take good care of the soil, we produce more. Temperature-wise in this soil, when we don't have the coverture of the grass, we have 70 degrees Celsius in the soil, in the top of the soil. Once we have the coverture, it's 39 Celsius degrees. So temperature is killing microorganisms, is killing microbiota. So the conservation agricultural practices, they are at the core of this transformation that we want to see in agriculture worldwide, not only in India. So those are the conservation agricultural practices that we want to do, right? And this is everywhere with, of course, we need to adapt to the different realities. How to deliver those things? Because most of the time when we talk about sustainability in terms of environment, people talk about the same things, but they stop there. As if all of that would come as a magic. So I plant the cover crops, they come, they produce, and they do all this service that I want them to do, which is not true. The second very important part, and this is the transformation we want to bring as OCP Nutri-Crops, is that we need to feed and fertilize these ecosystem services. If we don't feed them correctly, our cover crops, the rotation ecosystems, the no-till systems, they just don't work. If I don't feed them, they cannot produce biomass, they cannot fix nitrogen, they cannot feed the microorganisms. And here we can see two types of soils. On the left, on the bluish part, the left, yes, we have a soil with very little nutrient availability, mostly aluminum, hydrogen, but little potassium, phosphorus, calcium, sulfur, magnesium, and so on. On the right, we have a soil that was well fertilized. What we can see not only in terms of the root systems, that it's clearly higher, bigger in the fertilized area, but we see above ground as well. Whatever we want to build in terms of these conservation agricultural practices, if we don't feed them, there is no delivery of any ecosystem service. So we can see that, and on the top we have this barrel, which is the most common law of soil fertility, which is it's not the factor that is the most abundant that drives productivity, not yields, but also not productivity of the cover crops. What drives the productivity, it's the most limiting nutrient. We are not talking about in terms of quantity, but in terms of the importance. What is the most important thing to do? It's the most limiting nutrient. And once we look into these soils, we have two people. We were talking a lot about hidden hunger and malnutrition. We can see that, as it was already said, if these soils on the left, they don't have the nutrients, how come the plants can absorb these nutrients and feed us? So if we don't have these nutrients in the soil, people are malnourished. We have hidden hunger or hunger itself. But besides that, if we think that soils are alive, we look to these people, they also represent the soil. We are expecting that a poor soil, without doing anything, does all these great services, ecosystem services. But the soil that we have, we don't feed, is the person on the left. It's malnourished. It cannot grow. It cannot produce nothing. And this is when we combine these two things that we start to shift the game. And what we can see here, it's a famous picture from IFDC, the International Fertilizer Development Center. On the far left, we have a plant that it has little water and little fertilizer, so it did not produce much biomass. Second pot, you have a plant with little fertilizer, but more water. Same production. What is happening? Water, it's not the most limiting factor for this plant. Third one, little water, but we applied fertilizers. We fed this plant, so it already grew more. The fourth one, we bring water, we bring fertilizers, and now we have this plant expressing the maximum potential, genetic potential that this crop has. What we see here, friends, this is not only yield production, this is money in the pocket of the farmers, but this is carbon sequestration as well. And the beauty of feeding not only yields, but also ecosystem services, whatever we see on the top of the soil also happens underground. Once we feed these soils correctly, we have all this better root system development. We can bring manure, which is important. We can bring residues on the top of the soil. The most efficient way to transfer carbon from the atmosphere to the ground is through root systems. We heard a lot about compaction that is really silently decreasing productivity in India. Once you have all these root systems, it helps to fight compaction and to really lose the soils and help us, the farmers, to produce more. So at the core of everything is, again, feeding these ecosystem services. And this changed completely how we are seeing things and how we want to support, and we are here to work with all of you together. And this is, again, if we want to sequester carbon in the soil, which is a very important, if there is one thing that we can measure to measure soil health, this is carbon in the soil. There is a big mindset shift on how do we fertilize things. And Professor Rattenlau has been saying this for a long time. The nutrients required to increase carbon sequestration are higher than the nutrients required just for crop fertilization. If we don't feed ecosystem services, they just don't come. Professor Rattenlau has been saying this for a long time. If we're talking about reaching the potential that Professor Rattenlau says we can sequester carbon globally in the world, these require nutrients, these require phosphorus. Just to sequester the 8.9 billion tons of carbon that we can do worldwide every year, this would require up to 75 million tons of phosphorus, just to be stored with carbon in the soil, not to feed the crops, but to sequester this carbon in the soil and to improve the life of microorganisms, the life of the soil, and improve soil health. So this is the paradigm shift that we are bringing. We're not just feeding yields anymore, but we need to learn as scientists, as researchers, as extensionists, that we need now to move away from just feeding yields to feed now ecosystem services. And this is when we talk about the most limiting nutrient, which is the most that controls any productivity, yield, or any ecosystem service. There is something that came recently. This is a paper from 3 years ago that really changed the game in terms of understanding which nutrients they are the most limiting worldwide. Before these two papers that they were published independently in two important journals, if I would ask here, everybody would tell me that nitrogen would be the most limiting nutrient for plant biomass production worldwide. These two papers, they came with the same information, Nature magazine, Nature journal, showing that actually phosphorus is the most limiting nutrient for plant biomass production worldwide. In this map, what you see in red, this is where nitrogen is the most limiting nutrient, and all around blue, this is where phosphorus is the most limiting one. And you can see this is mostly in the southern hemisphere, but especially in the tropical zone. In the tropical belt, where soils are the oldest soils in the world, where we share similar characteristics all around, including India, this is where phosphorus is the most limiting. Again, this is the most important one to move the needle in terms of delivering ecosystem services. What does it mean in practice, phosphorus limitation? So we see here soybean on the left, a corn on the right. You can clearly see where there is phosphorus or there is no phosphorus. The limitation, not only limiting yields, removing money from the pocket of the farmers, but it's here. We are not delivering ecosystem services. There is no carbon sequestration. There is no soil protection. If we're talking about, we heard about the issues with nutrients getting to the water bodies. For phosphorus, it just goes if we have erosion happening, which is the numbers are high here in India as it was presented before. So if we don't have enough coverture of the soil, we cannot protect the soil. So this is it goes back to the concept of the barrel, right? So it's the most limiting nutrient, which is the most important in terms of moving the needle. So then how do we deliver this sustainable agriculture that we want to see worldwide? It's combining just these two things, and nothing new here. In the beginning of the morning, we saw a bunch of people telling the same thing, which is really how do we bring these conservation agricultural practices together with the right use of fertilizers. Everybody has been mentioning it. We need the nutrients, but we need them in the right way. How can we translate? We understood the conservation agricultural practices, and for the right way of using fertilizers, we heard already at least 2 or 3 times here about the 4 R's, which is really bringing a concept that as any one of us here, we take any medicine, right? So when you take medicine, you go to the doctor gives you a prescription. You just don't take a medicine anytime you want or all at once. You take it in the morning after you eat, and then you take under your tongue, or it's an injection. So they give you the recipe. How do you do this? And the 4 R's is basically that. It's the same thing. How do we use the fertilizers in the source, the format we want? We need this nutrient, the right rate, dose of this nutrient, the right place, where do we apply, and especially today, the right time. How can, once we apply all these things at the same time, we start to avoid all the issues that we were discussing here before, which is when the nutrients, they are lost to the environment. Once we do this, we improve the nutrients use efficiency, and all these nutrients, they are not going anymore to the environment. They are staying and feeding plants and feeding ecosystem services. So and the potential of the 4 R's is huge. If we talk about especially nitrogen, which is the only nutrient that becomes a gas, rightly said, almost 300 times more powerful than CO2, it can easily leach through the soil, so it's a big problem. How can we fight the issues with nitrogen and really feed the plant and not let nitrogen go back to the environment? 4 R's today, it is still the best response we can have because it integrates everything that we can do. If you can change rate, this is just a review showing that if you can change rate, just decreasing by 10 kilograms of nitrogen from 180 to 170, we reduce already 4% of nitrous oxides emissions. If we do placement, the correct placement of nitrogen, we reduce up to 25% of nitrous oxides emissions. If we do source, we can reduce up to 31%. But if we do timing, if we apply nitrogen when plants need it, it's up to 39% of nitrous oxides reduction. And this reduction, those are losses reduction. This means right away money in the pocket of the farmers as well. And a paper in India, what is the potential if we sum up all these practices together? And this is what some Indian colleagues, they have been showing. And then we have numbers in India, a recent paper showing that these best management practices, the BMPs, they can reduce nitrous oxide emissions up to 80% while maintaining productivity. So we apply more, we apply better, we feed ecosystem services, we avoid emissions, and we put money in the pocket of the farmers. Why timing is so important? This is, in the past, we used to think that all the time we need to apply all the nutrients because this is what plants need, but we never thought that plants, they are like us. We don't take all the food we need when we are a baby. So we are eating up to now. Every day we eat a little bit, 3 times per day usually. It's the same with the plants. We should not feed them all at once. Why? They are not ready to absorb it. While plants, they have a high need for phosphorus in the beginning, especially the need for nitrogen is very low. If we apply the nitrogen in the beginning when plants they don't need, it's just not absorbed. It's going to be lost. But if we bring this nitrogen when plants need, we feed them, we produce more, and we reduce the emissions that we have from agriculture. And this is, again, Indian scientists saying the same. So this is, I'm just repeating, bringing some numbers to what people already said in the beginning, right? That saying that the real-time nitrogen management, it's a transformative approach that enhances nitrogen use efficiency, boosts crop productivity, and reduces environmental impacts in cereal-based cropping systems. So this is the transformation that Indian agriculture needs. And bringing some numbers, when they other Indian scientists showing that even for rice, the best way to apply nitrogen so they could produce more, it's when they split the nitrogen application and started the first one 14 days after planting. This is when they reached the highest productivity they could with rice. So the numbers are there. And the thing is now, approaching to the end of my talk, just I think 3 more slides. When we talk about these 4 Rs and best management practices all the time, it comes to mind precision agriculture, which was already discussed before. And when we talk about precision agriculture, all the time we think that, oh, it's a big tractor, it's a big machinery, it's satellites, mapping, and so on. And while this is all very important, we need the sensors, we need all this information for the real-time nitrogen management. Very often we scare the smallholder farmers that when they see a picture like this, they say, this is not for me. I cannot do this, which is not right. The smallholder farmers, they can do it. So we have some machines, small held hand ones from CIMIT, where they are applying different rates of application of fertilizers. But the smallholder farmer, they have the best machine to apply things correctly, which is their hands. They have small plots, they have the time, they go to their field every day. It's just that do they have the knowledge in order how to do this happen? This is all the discussion we were having before about the need for these extension services. They can do it. It's just how we're going to do. We should not scare them with all this technology. The technology should come, don't get me wrong. But the smallholder farmers, they can make it happen. And just this is a small example for how the smallholder farmers, they can do it. An example from Mali, what we have from 1 to 4, same amount of nutrients applied to this cotton. So the first one is just standard fertilization, blanket application, 15, 15, 15, all at once. Second one, 15, 15, 15, plus liming. Third one, same amount of nutrients, but bringing phosphorus in the beginning, in the right place, under the seeds, nitrogen, potassium afterwards. Fourth one, the same alternative fertilization, plus liming. Same amount of nutrients, we are moving from 1 to 4. Not only this is nutrients that are not lost to the environment, they are trapped into the plant, sequestering carbon, but this is money in the pocket of the farmers. Smallholder farmers doing the right thing, producing more and more roots and better ecosystem services. So how can we help? And this is what we are proposing today. So this is the precision nutrient management. It's higher yields, higher sustainability, and more money in the pocket of the farmers as well. So without this, we cannot change the needle. So how do we do this? It's really managing. If we take the 4 Rs, it's managing each nutrient R by R. All the nutrients, especially nitrogen, phosphorus, they have totally different behavior in the environment. So the solutions, they will be different. And this is why bringing P-rich fertilizers like TSP, it's a solution to help managing these nutrients in a more precise way. If you don't need nitrogen in the beginning, why to use it when you're planting? So you use nitrogen afterwards when it's highly needed and when it's going to help the plants to produce more biomass and more yields as well. And at the end, this planting TSP can become and will become this fertilizer hub for all the other micronutrients and other elements as well, because those they are needed in the beginning of the crop as well. And this is all particularly important because a big issue that not only India, but the whole world face, agriculture, it's producing almost 90% of all the nitrous oxides emissions. It's how to control it, how to do it better, what we just said here. And again, the TSP comes as a solution to help the farmers to do this transition. But besides that, it brings another element. This is the last slide. It brings another nutrient that almost all the other fertilization recommendations we have, if TSP is not used, it does not bring, which is calcium. And calcium is an element which is usually forgotten, but very much important. Today, we understand more and more the role of calcium for carbon sequestration in the soil, not only in abiotic processes, but biotic process as well. Calcium, very important as an insurance for the farmers against drought. If plants, they have enough calcium within the plant, they can cope better with drought. And at the end, we have quality issues as well. This is a tomato. If you know farmer tomato producers, they all know this issue when we lack calcium. We have these fruits that they cannot sell in the market. And this is it. Thank you very much. And I hope I was on time.
Thank you very much. What I heard very clearly, don't ask farmers to do any changes in their practices unless you can ensure their profits. For them, profit will come first, planetary concerns next. So we have to find out that conservation agriculture, that's where the ecosystem services will start. I think you need to have a copyright on 4 hours, because I heard that in 3 presentations, 4 hours. So it's the right timing, the right quantity, the right source, and all that. Thanks a lot. There is a huge lot of savings. So we can produce more with less, and it can be also profitable. That's the message that is on the table. That's very optimistic, and future seems good. Mr. Praveen Chauhan, floor is yours, sir, from Chambal Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, dignitaries on the dais and my friends on the audience. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak on the platform. So speaking from Chambal side. So I'm Praveen Chauhan, and I am responsible for building, scaling crop protection chemicals, specialty nutrients and biological business for Chambal Fertilizers. And I also have additional responsibilities for sales of fertilizers in southern India. So we recently expanded into southern part of India, including Maharashtra, Andhra, Telangana. So I'm responsible for sales and marketing operations of that business also. So I can really collate between what's happening on fertilizer side as well as what needs to do, what we can do on specialty nutrient side to solve these problems, especially now everybody is talking about soil. So today in presentation, so I would try to put our opinion, our point on precision nutrient management and specialty fertilizers and certain innovations. We have entered into some strategic partnership with R&D organizations like TERI, and Dr. Lata is there. Looking at the problem side, we all know one is soil degradation. We all know this. There is a rapid depletion of soil organic carbon. Decreasing NUE is a vast problem. We can see the depletion in NUE, especially for urea and phosphatic fertilizers. So we are applying more, getting less. That's been a big problem at the grower end. Water scarcity. I come from Haryana, from Sonipat district. In my village, I can see when I was a kid, the water table was 40 feet. and today it's 300 feet. Don't get water. So in summers, it's very difficult to irrigate, and that's to paddy fields. So this is the problem which is happening all around. I can see this happening across. We could see what happened this year, erratic monsoon. So we could see the damage happen to soybean. We could see damage happen to cotton, and we could see all these flooding fields in Punjab. For the first time, 14 villages were under the water for a certain period. Yes, this is a big challenge. Okay. So yes, we are in a country where large number of farmers, they are the majority farmers or they are living below poverty line. So as a company, we aspire to contribute to UN SDG goals as well as Bio3 policy of the Government of India. And we are in the process, or we have a large focus on developing a solution basket, so which is sustainable and climate resilient. So now Chambal is moving from a commodity-driven company or so-called fertilizer company to a crop solution company. And this is where we are. We want to create value. We want to deliver value. We want to invest on the resources which can really help us, because we have a large reach, being the largest company in India on urea manufacturing, 3.5 million ton of urea, 1.5 million ton of imports, include DAP, MOP, and NPKs. So with the 5 million ton of bulk space in Indian market, so we have that kind of reach, penetration, and trust among growers. So now this is our core key responsibility as a company to deliver when it's matter the most at the grower level. So as a company, we have a vision to be crop solution, to be a leader in crop solution industry. And yes, of course, as Dr. Birla always focused on quality and high quality service. This is where we have a deep adherence and boosting crop productivity through integrated methods of nutrient management and pest management. And that's been a key priority now. So we have 20 regional offices, around 4,500 dealers, 50,000 retailers across India, and crop solution basket. So this includes seeds, fertilizers, special nutrients, and biologicals. So we have two state-of-the-art agricultural development labs where we have tested, analyzed around 1 lakh soil samples in last certain years. And also working towards education in targeted areas. So one of the first in our history as a Chambal, last 40 years. So though we have invested in urea plants, and this is the first time we have invested on R&D. So we are entered into a strategic partnership with TERI, Center of Excellence, and we are developing 10 products in a period of 5 years. And all these are novel solutions, high on biotechnology research. So I'll share with you. And then okay, that's okay. Thank you very much. So our in-house farmer service programs like USPA, Uttam Santulit Poshan Abhiyan, and Seed to Harvest program. So this is targeted towards a farmer service through our outreach. And this has really helped us to build trust among growers and look at us as a crop solution provider. So the approach is priority areas being, it's a crop solution approach. So environmentally safe solutions we are developing. And biotechnology is the new area. And we are really focusing on this, investing on R&Ds for new product development. So our portfolio have micronutrients, secondary nutrients, water-soluble fertilizers, biostimulants, and biofertilizers, and so environmentally safe crop protection products, including biopesticides. Yes, sir. Okay. So we are now, we have in our deep interest to find partners of choice. And the partners of choice are the companies who think like us, who have a similar value system, belief system. And the two companies in forefront are, one is TERI and second is Nutrien, USA. So with Nutrien team, we have a deep understanding to introduce certain crop solutions in Indian market. And the purpose is, yes, so knowledge sharing and innovations, and to create biotechnology-based unique high-value product line. And yes, agronomic support to the growers is the priority area. And yes, precision nutrition solutions. So especially for high-value crops. So because now we have entered into Maharashtra, where we have grapes, we have pomegranate, large area under onion, and so in J&K we have apple. So yes, we are in the process of developing customized solutions for these crops. So our journey in biologicals is started in 21. So we discussed with TERI, and in 22 we launched our first product. It was customized formulation for mycorrhiza, and so 24 we launched biogenic nanophosphorus. And then the success of these two products really helped us to sit, to discuss, and to design the strategic roadmap, because we had a certain level of understanding about what we want to do, basically, how we can solve problems. And there we found that so in future, biotechnology and biology is something which can really help the growers, other than having a kind of a deep understanding about balanced nutrition. So we had a vision statement for biological as a company. So promote sustainable agriculture to protect environment, abiotic stress tolerance, and improve soil health, and improve NUE. And to be a leading company in Indian biological space through innovations and product differentiation. So in 2023, Superrhiza, which is the customized formulation of mycorrhiza developed by TERI for Chambal fertilizers. So it was awarded AMI Product of the Year in 23. So that also helped us to really see straight how this category works. And then having a mutual understanding with TERI scientific team that there is something we need to do more. And we entered into this Center of Excellence. So till date, last, I'd like to share, and we are happy to share. So area under treatment for mycorrhiza, Superrhiza, which we identified as a key product to help the farmers to improve soil health, soil organic carbon, and availability of nutrients in Rajosphere. So within 3 years, we have a treated area of 25 lakh acres. And within 2 years, treated area under biogenic nanophosphorus is 12 lakh acres. So we have discussed with farmers, talked to them, have been on the ground, and these products have really helped the farmers. As Gulati sir ने बोला कि भाई फार्मर के खेत में दो जो काम करेगा ना, उसको लगना चाहिए कि भाई हाँ मुझे फायदा मिल रहा है, ठीक है, सो कम में ज़्यादा मिल रहा है. So this if you go to the market, so our Superrhiza, we are happy to say today we are the largest seller of this product, and that's been because there is a high adoption on the ground. So this Center of Excellence, so this is CFCL TERI Center of Excellence for Advanced and Sustainable Agriculture Solutions. So the collaboration aimed at developing next generation biogenic and eco-safe AG solutions. And the purpose is so to improve nutrient use efficiency, soil health, restoration, enhance farmer profitability through better cost-benefit ratio, and align closely with Government of India, Bio E3 and PM Pranam initiatives. So we have been working on this project, and so we are developing 10 products. So 5 into crop nutrition category and 5 into crop protection category. So in crop nutrition category, one is again a very high on technology, high on scientific knowledge, and Terry scientific team have really worked hard to crack this code where there is a product for every farmer, for every crop, for every season, and for every soil at Indian market space. So we are working on this product. Second is the biostimulant, which is the bioactive based stimulants. And so happy to share. So most of the times when we develop products, we only use our microbiome, whatever we have in our lab. But in this case, Phylosphere microbiome, it was real-time collection from the field, and the scientific team was amazed to see the kind of pool we were able to get out of this. And so then there are 3 products which are biogenic. Again, Dr. Lata is doing a great job on biogenics. He have cracked the code. Team is doing well. Farmer is really happy. So biogenic nanotechnology products. So one is an NPS product. Second is again a combo of micronutrients. We could find out in Indian market space, we can see there are many products which are into this micronutrient product category. But again, largely promoted by MSMEs. I'm not saying MSME doesn't ensure quality, but yes, the availability of quality products in this category are low. So that was the reason we decided to go for this product. And there is third product, again a unique product. So we are trying to find the code for this. So yeah, and then in crop protection, now we're really happy. CIBRC is now positive, have some positivity. They're very positive about consortia. If you have data, if you have good bioefficacy studies, and they really feel the product can add value, so now they have a strong inclination to launch these products. So we have a consortia-based fungicides, insecticides, and there is a new category in Indian market, bioactive-based products. So this Uttam USPA, so in last 3 years, so 25 districts, 30 states, 2,600 field trials, and 20,000 field activities. This is what we have demonstrated the value of sustainable methods of farming to growers. And then the S2H, which is targeted program. So we have conducted this program last 4 years. So 10,000 villages and more than 3 lakh farmers have been educated about the sustainable methods of agriculture. So the way forward for Sambal as a company, so we promote balanced nutrition and INM-based solutions. So collaborate with innovators. So collaborate with FEOs. We are already doing it in Maharashtra. And advocacy for policy reforms, working closely with the likes of Dr. Gulati and the team, and shift from product selling to solution-based farming. So physical advisory, it means farmer doesn't only go digital. Okay, farmer, if you can never demonstrate the value of product unless you don't go physical demonstrations and see and so approach. So this we have been following for last couple of years. And one more, you see this, sometimes there is narrative that people in the fertilizer companies, they don't go in the field. You can see, sir. So in the middle, I am there in a field show. So inside the field, inside the paddy field, and promoting sustainability in Punjab. Okay, so it means as a company, we are deeply aligned, everyone, and certain bottlenecks, yes. So the farmer need more education about balanced fertilization, soil health, and specialty fertilizers. And yes, price sensitivity is one of a constraint for these products, specialty products. Yes, low availability due to fragmented network is one. And of late, Agriculture Department's restriction on sales of non-subsidized products in certain states, the key constraint impacting availability of high-quality sustainable solutions to the growers. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Speciality fertilizers. Adi. Good to see, first time when I wrote and I came to know about mycorrhiza, now you are saying super rhiza. And this was in Terry, you must be knowing Aayog. So I did a paper with him. That was 20 years back. And I took up that thing with the finance minister that you are giving all the subsidies to the chemical fertilizers, but there is no money for this mycorrhiza. So is there any subsidy now on super rhiza?
No,
Nothing.
sir.
So
It's
that's
value-
where imbalance
So it's
in the policy.
Value proposition then.
Yeah. So, but good to see that many products are coming up, and then the practices have to change along with those products, and there is a possibility. So there is some silver lining. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Mahadev Suvarna, Senior Vice President, Speciality Plant Nutrition, DCM Shriram.
So good afternoon, everyone. So today I would like to connect the topic on healing the soils, how the specialty plant nutrition or specialty fertilizers are going to address some of the challenges which we are facing now. So when we talk about the specialty fertilizers, many people, they give different kinds of definitions. But today, as the audience, I'm seeing from different backgrounds. So some of the slides may give the clarity on that part. So my role in DCM Shriram is we are a conglomerate. We are into different businesses. So one of the businesses called Shriram Farm Solutions. In this business, we are into agri inputs from seeds, crop protection, and specialty plant nutrition. I'm heading the specialty plant nutrition. Apart from the P&L function, I take care of manufacturing, global alliances, R&D, and some other functions. So when we talk about the soil health, first of all, we have to understand what led to this soil health crisis. So when we talk about some of the factors, so first factor is deforestation. So when everyone expanded, the real estate expanded to many villages it occupied. So a lot of loss of organic matter took place because of this deforestation. Then the second one is that now everyone is talking about now global warming, climate change, and everything. So this is also one of the main factor for the degradation of soils. Because of this organic matter loss, erosion, the reduced resilience of the soils, this all took place. Then many times what is happening is that as we are not doing scientific way of cultivation, so it is leading to excessive tillage. So because of that, the structure of the soil is getting disrupted. So the other one is that unbalanced fertilizers. So in the morning also, some of the speakers, they spoke about the ratio of NPK, what is the global ratios, currently what we are doing. So this is one of the factors which is also degrading the soils. Then pesticide overusage. So this is impacting the microbial imbalance in the soils. Then residue burning in some of the northern markets. So this is a common phenomena. This is because of this loss of soil carbon is also taking place. And many states, so farmers, if you ask, they are going for one single crop. So this is called monoculture issue. Because of this, nutrition exhaustion is happening in our soils. So then how these challenges can be addressed through the specialty plant nutrition. So today, if we talk about the nutrition status in Indian soils, so if you see the right table, so in 1950s, when we were talking about the Green Revolution, at the time, we were talking about N deficiency, that is nitrogen deficiency. Now in the 60s, now people started talking about iron deficiency. Like that, every year it is leading to one or the other nutrient deficiencies. Now we are talking about molybdenum deficiency. Okay, so if you see the left table, so there are some nutrients which are low in deficiency, some are medium in deficiency, and some are very high in deficiencies. So this appreciates that our Indian soils are deficient in many nutrients. So if we talk about the NPK ratios, some of the science research says that for the Indian soils, the required ideal NPK ratio is 4:2:1. But if you see the states, western states and northern states, the ratio is completely skewed. Means either the problem is with the industry or the government or somewhere else. So this is lack of the education from all the stakeholders. So this is really, really concerning for India in the currently as well as in the coming years. So when we talk about the nutrition balance, we have to be very, very careful. This is a science research. So when we try to give more phosphorus, then it will lead to deficiency in iron, zinc, and manganese. So this is the science. So as a industry leaders, as a scientific community, when we try to promote a particular nutrient in excess, it is going to harm or it is going to give the effect on the other nutrients. So you talk about calcium, potash, so manganese, magnesium, zinc, manganese, copper. So it is leading to some or the other nutrients affection. Means definitely it is going to impede the effects of other nutrients. So we have to be very careful in going for the balanced nutrition rather than excess nutrition of any primary or secondary or micronutrition. So when we talk about innovations in soil restoration, so one of the things, not only in India, across the globe, people are talking about specialty fertilizers usage, or in common language, it is called as, in global language, it is called as specialty plant nutrition. So when we talk about the specialty plant nutrition, it covers various categories of products. First category is called water-soluble fertilizers. Then second one is micronutrition. Then now recently, FCO has added biostimulants. Then recently nanofertilizers. Then advanced biofertilizers. Then next generation enzyme-based metabolite products are coming into the market. And in India, control release and slow release fertilizers are yet to come, yet to take up the regulatory shape up. So each of these specialty nutrition products or category of products, they are going to help the soils in some or the other ways. Suppose if you talk about water-soluble fertilizers, so as you are going to apply through either the drip irrigation method or through the foliar method, so it is leading to the precision agriculture. So when you try to give the precision agriculture, the nutrient uptake is much, much higher compared to the bulk fertilizer scenario. So when we talk about the micronutrition, so it meets the hidden hunger of the nutrition deficiencies. At the same time, it improves the enzyme activity in the soils, and water retention is also, it will improve the water retention. Then when we talk about the biostimulants, this is now happening across the globe because of global warming, because of stress management issues. So biostimulants are going to take the center stage of the entire nutrition concept because it is going to address the stress management. At the same time, it will enable the applied nutrition to be available to the plant in a much better way. So nano fertilizers, the concept is nothing but it's a nutrient delivery system. It's a proven technology, but the way it got promoted in India, it is, I think as a industry leaders, we have to be very conscious how to promote, how to demonstrate the results of this nano fertigation or nano fertilization. So it is on our part, we have to be very, very careful and responsible. Then advanced biofertilizers, they improve the soil resilience. And the last category of the products, which are enzyme-based products, it unlocks the fixed nutrients because phosphorus is the major challenge. The unlocking of the phosphorus is a big concern across the globe, not only in India. So when we talk about the fertilizer use efficiency, so the application methodology done. So when you apply in soil method, when you broadcast, the plant will absorb only 30 to 50%. But when you apply through drip plus soil application, it will move to 65%. When it is through fertigation, almost it is 95%. So choosing the right application method is also very, very critical. So among NPKs, phosphorus is a critical nutrient. So whether you apply through the soil application or drip method or fertigation, the nutrition use efficiency is very, very less. So because of this, now a lot of research is happening on how we can address this challenge through the new technologies, new innovations. And potash compared to nitrogen and phosphorus, the nutrition use efficiency is much better in both soil as well as fertigation. So when we compare the commodity fertilizers like DAP versus specialty fertilizers, when you look at the 4 angles, that is utilization rate, soil structure, microbial impact, and conservation. In all these 4 factors, specialty plant nutrition scores higher and it is much better. So that is the reason why I thought that I'll show this particular aspect to all the delegates. When you talk about utilization rate, the specialty nutrition utilization rate is almost 80 to 90%, vis-a-vis very low utilization rate of bulk fertilizers. Then soil structures, it improves the overall aggregation and porosity of the soils. And microbial impact, it stimulates as well as it feeds the soils with microbes. Then conservation also, minimal environmental impact. So this all 4 factors into consideration. Going forward, India needs to focus on promoting more and more specialty plant nutrition products. And apart from this, for the Indian government, as these products are not subsidized, so it can save a lot of Indian forex exchequer. So when we talk about specialty plant nutrition, I want to showcase some of the field performance, because it's not only theory, it is performing in the fields. So how our farmers are perceiving about what you call as specialty plant nutrition usage in the market. So we would like to showcase few of the trials, few of the products which are popular for the last 10-15 years in the market. So these products are all our products, so which we are promoting in very, very responsibly. At the same time, we are trying to showcase the value proposition to the Indian farmer community. So this product is called Drip Grapes. It is a holistic solution for the grape farmers. So if grape farmers are using more than 10 to 15 products, so we said that depending on the stage of the crop, use only 3 products which will take care of the nutrition from the starting to the end. So these are the practices. First one picture, it shows that uniform setting of berries and higher number of berries. If you see the right picture, so it is showcasing, it is all the farmer field pictures. Then if you see one more picture, this is higher number of berries per bunch, that is 9 to 10% higher bunches. Then bunch length is more than 8% compared to the farmer practices, and low chance of water berries. Okay, this will lead to more shelf life, more price to the farmers. So number of bunches per plant is more than 14 to 15%. Overall yield improvement is about 10%. So because of this, farmers are going to get more revenues. So this is for the pomegranate. So different aspects we are trying to promote. So one is that these specialty plant nutrition products, they not only increase the yields, but they enhance the value of the produce. That is in terms of qualitative parameters, in terms of appearance, in terms of the shelf life. So these, some of the trials are for pomegranate farmers. So it enhances the color, yield, as well as fruit size, shape, and everything. So some more trials which says that suppose this is a drip for vegetables. So how it is going to change? It is changing the color, it is improving the vegetative growth and uniform shape. So now you can read how it is going to improve the yield parameters and everything. So this some of the products, it is enhancing the protein content, because we cannot talk about protein content enhancement and overall nutrition enhancement through the what do you call our bulk fertilizers, but these specialty fertilizers will enable to enhance the protein content in the pulses and cereal crops. So this is some of the mycorrhiza based products. It enhances the root growth and so many other benefits. So now this is for the vegetable crops when you apply through the spray. So how the treated and untreated products. So these are the value propositions I'm trying to enhance. So this is for the cotton crop, how it is enhancing the yield, everything, quality of the produce. So this is cotton again. So this is sugarcane. It enhances the sugar content. So all the audience, they should appreciate that when we talk about the specialty fertilizers, it really enhances the yield as well as the quality parameters. Potato, various crops, these specialty fertilizers are performing. So overall, I want to say that there is a 3 ways this is going to be helpful. That means specialty fertilizers. First one is it is going to reduce the input volumes. Okay, when we are applying millions of tons, so it is going to address through the just lakhs of tons. So structural integrity of the soils can be protected and biological resilience of our soils can take place. So overall, I would like to conclude that precision nutrient management is the future for the Indian agriculture, and specialty fertilizers are going to play a very key role in our Indian agriculture system, and it enhances the soil organic carbon, and they also help the crops better manage the stresses. So
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Great. So the way forward is specialty fertilizers, which I presume are not subsidized,
No.
right? So they can survive in the marketplace. You were very diplomatic talking about release of nano fertilizers. We went to the farmers. It was in Khanna market with you. And they didn't want that bottle. And they said, we are being forced to take this. Otherwise, we don't get the bag of urea. So this is a add-on. And they were least interested. So I said, what is happening? On one side, Prime Minister released it. It's a big thing. Oh, we are going to change the world with this. And then the farmers of Punjab, you were also there. Farmers of Punjab are rejecting it. And then I had a word with the grandfather of fertilizers, Mr. Avasthi, UK Avasthi. So because it was IFCO's product. So he said, yes, Ashok, there was a problem with the earlier one because it had only 5% N in the initial bottles. Now they are putting 20%. And they have ramped up their production capacity and the results are better. But I would still say jury is out on that. But every innovative product may not be a success story, but the innovations must go on. And the question is, if out of 10, 3, 4, 5 succeed, then I think we have made the way. So, madam, it's 3:30. No, I want your permission. Can we go for 10, 15 minutes more? Okay. Because we'll save time on the media thing. Okay, sir. Over to you. He is the master of Paradeep phosphates. reducing all phosphates.
Good afternoon.
Mm.
Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity.
Mhm.
Gulati sir, I still remember when I was in 95, 96, a young boy, I used to come to the Fertilisers meeting early time. Nan sir was my guru also. He is a person who rise up and tell very boldly to the time policymakers what going to be a future like that. We didn't wake up, but we had this time to wake up, at least to address it very quickly. Sir, I will stick to the things. Before addressing the things, I will tell one basic things, because most of the seniors know, the backbenchers, like young generations here. When the India got independence, the 30 crore population with the 0.3 billion, people are gone with the one-day meal. There are starvations everywhere. Even that, I used to tell the people, because I worked across the world, the worst disease in the world, it is not a COVID, malaria, nothing. Poverty, starvation. It is the worst disease in the world. If you go to Africa, whatever the periodical tables having, every mineral is available in that world, that continent. Whatever you saw in the periodic table, this is even some of the things the periodical table doesn't have it also, it is available in that Mother Earth. But they are not having the value addition. What in this fertilizer industry, what we are doing, we are only doing the value addition. If you are seeing the phosphorus, I all remember, it comes from the Mother Earth only. Just we are doing the value addition and giving to the plants, it can take very easily to this phosphorus as this one. As my friends from OCP, they are here. They are catering the 73% of the world's P. And India today, strongly in the P is believed by them only. They are the major supporter of the P for the Indian subcontinent. So thanks to them also for supporting all across. So that's a water thing. As today's solution is a tomorrow's problem. Yesterday's solution today's problem. Like when we started, we had the starvation, and then even the primary macronutrient, NPK itself, there are many issues. We are not able to get it. When we got it, then there are the secondary macronutrient. Then we got the micronutrient deficiency. Now we are in the stage of addressing the micronutrient stage. It is only stage generation. It is not industry has brought and polluted the land. It is not like that. There are some mismanagement due to the awareness and other thing. Gupta sir very nicely told. We should not underestimate any of our farmers. Definitely they will also come up. When this was promoted, I still remember we are all young students, and I am also basically a farmer. There are, from the industries, there are people, marketing people, they came to each field, they sit with them, with the sarpanchas of the villages, and then they promoted very proper manner. If you does the second stage of green revolution in this manner, definitely whatever we are talking, specialized fertilizer, whatever the new things we are talking, it is also achievable. I will shift to the topic. About the PNM, already many of our panelists have talked about that one. Why we required for the PNM for the Indian fertilizer. Indian agriculture faces a dealing with soil fertility and low nutrient efficiency. Already Senior VP sir has clearly shown what is the NUB, nutrient efficiency of the N and P and K. It says very low. About the N, yes, there are ways to address it. If we fix it with the slow release, that's what Government of India is planning to do. The sulfur-coated urea is going to come. So it will address both the issues. It will give the deficiency in the sulfur and also the slow release of nitrogen. So it will going to happen. The second stage is phosphorus. Do you know that India, we started with the starvation. Today we are exporting the food grains to the many of the countries across the world. So that is a strong support from the farming community and the industry and the policy makers together. It was made it possible today. The same thing today, if we are seeing the phosphorus side, the water soluble fertilizer is going to be a game changer. Please take note of that one, because the nutrient efficiency is lower because this phosphorus contains various minerals. More than 20 to 30 minerals are there. If you remove it, we put only the phosphorus in the water soluble fertilizers, then you will get even the nutrient efficiency more than 80 to 90%. It is going to happen. Already India is importing from the China, and then we are supplementing, and the companies are already started working on the water soluble fertilizers. Even Paradeep Phosphate is also started working on that one. And very soon we are started working on the engineering side. About the conventional fertilizers, you will get that nutrient losses and rising input cost. You know, the price, which is now shooting up. The phosphoric acid price normally trends around $500, $550. Now it is always around above $1,000. And then precision nutrient management, we no need to waste anything. We should be strict to the application part. As I told you, it's a royalty side. I don't want to waste the time on this one. Many of us already talked. And then we will move to the key technology side, the modern fertilizers, which is going to the game changer. And then, even there is a program 4 days back in the start of India. There are younger generation came for the new innovative solution in the southern part of the Kerala. There is every year devastating floods are happen. Then they came with a clear solution how to map it. This one, that's what industry is also looking. If you see, the first one is soil health card. If you have to have the clear soil health card, as an industry, each of us already we have the mobile soil health units and moving every farming. As already Chambal has told, we have done more than a lakh of samples, and PPL also crossed more than lakh of sampling and giving the soil health card to the farming. This is a diagnosis process. Once the diagnosis is over, what to be applied? And there are now the sensors are started coming, green-based sensors and chlorophyll sensors. This is all helping us to identify and map the what to be fed in each stage. So that is a second stage. Then third is the application. It is an integrated nutrition management. The fourth is what it want, the yield. The yield will be the much happier, and it will be the good for the farming community also. Next is digital agronomy platform. There are many platforms are started coming up in India. It's an initial stage, and it is going to be growing in the coming stages. About the modern fertilizers, or CRF, controlled fertilizer, as a fellow speaker has talked, it is a game changer. It is not yet touched the India. If you go to the Western Hemisphere, this is one of the key things the people are started doing. And then coated and fortified and blended fertilizers. Blended fertilizers, yes, there is one of the specialty fertilizers based on the soil health data. We have started giving the required nutrient for the required soils. That is for the specialty and blended fertilizers. If you go to the South American, like Brazil market, the blended fertilizers and specialty fertilizers is a major application for the fertilizer side. In India, it is not in a strong way. Now the industry started doing the blended fertilizers. Next is fortified fertilizers. I'm proud to say 4 years back, Paradip Hospital Limited has launched a fortified fertilizers with 4 to 5 micronutrient addition. And we started with a very humble background. Today we are reached nearer to the lakh tons of fortified fertilizers in this category. The next is coated fertilizer. There are zinc coated, DAP, boron. Many things are started coming up. That is one thing is sulfur coated urea. Already trials are done in the major plants, and we are going to launch it also in our plants also very soon in our Goa and Mangalore unit also. About the water soluble fertilizers, we will remove that when we bring the phosphorus. The merchant grade phosphoric acid contains only P2O5 of around 52% to 54%. The remaining, whatever the cations that to be removed, and then we have to give to the make it more soluble fertilizer. So that is a process. It is a little bit a lengthy process, but we will remove all these cations and supply as a pure phosphoric acid and made it any form of NP, NPK. It will be the game changer for you. Definitely, this is going to hit it in the coming 2 to 3 years. Next is micronutrient sellers that many of our speakers already talked. There are micronutrients coming up in the market because India had the sulfur deficiency of 30%, zinc deficiency of 40%, boron is around 10 to 20%. So these are all the major micronutrient deficiency. So it's a time to wake up and started giving that one. And then bio and nano fertilizers, as Sir has rightly told. So not only is not a wrong product, it is we have to go it in a right way to give it to the farmers. About biostimulants, there are very good bacteria are started coming because India is a tropical country with a 15 bioclimatical zone and 20 agroecological zones. So there is such a diversified things. We required various products depend on where the soil also highly diversified soil. If you say you cannot give, as I rightly told, the ideal number of 4:2:1 is no longer going to be sustainable for the farming community. So the bio and the nano fertilizers are going to be a game changer in the coming days also. Role of specialty fertilizers enabled controlled and targeted nutrient, whatever the nutrient required for the, based on the soil health card, it will be applied to the plants and then improve the nutrient efficiency, NUE, and reducing the losses, leaching and volatilization, act as a delivery engine for the precision nutrition. This is the proud product of the, we have almost 14 to 15 product. The Zumed is one of the highly market product and demanded product by the farming community. And it contains whatever we are talking about, the micronutrient, the secondary nutrient, calcium, sulfur, magnesium, zinc, and boron. And it is very, very cost-effective one because it is being manufactured with the calcium sulfate that is from the gypsum. It is one of the byproduct from the phosphoric acid production. So it will be highly useful for and then farming community. The demand is keep increasing. Next to this one, we have started using preparing for the PROM. Why the PPL is focusing on this one? People is doing expanding the granulation side and doing the backward integration, and there are demands for the specialty and customized fertilizers requirement for the entire nation. So we are also started augmenting our capacity towards the customized and specialty fertilizers. Next is customers are now, like many of our speakers told us earlier, not to just to dump the fertilizers in their farmland. It is getting the more yield and more generating more income to the farming community. Precision nutrition management completely aligned with the capacity and expansion and sustainability goals, and also the long-term farmers agreement engagement. So this is what the as a Paradip team and a PPL team, we are planning to do it for the farming community. And thanks for giving the opportunity, sir. I think I finished in the right time for. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You were really precise. Thank you for doing that. Okay. Do we have 2-3 minutes for any? No, I'll do that after the fourth one.
Thank you so much to Dr. Gulati, Dr. Leonardus, Mr. Chauhan, and Dr. Suvarna and Palanasamy for this detailed discussion. The floor is now open for Q&A session. So anybody who would like to put up a question, please do so.
Any questions? The future is precision agriculture, precision, and all these innovative products on the fertilizer side. But more and more, I'm happy to hear that soluble fertilizers are going to be the game changers, and they are not subsidized. So they are going by the market flow. If this subsidy can be changed in some way that everybody gets it and then innovations come in, then what that we'll do in the wrap-up. Any questions? Otherwise, the tea is waiting outside. Yes, please. Mm-hmm. Yes. No, there. Mm-hmm.
Hello. So my question is to Mr. Vargas. My question is that as we all know that there is an under application of phosphorus, but again, the soil's inherent capacity is to bind phosphorus because of aluminum, iron, and calcium and everything. So whenever we are going for soluble phosphatic fertilizers or higher doses of phosphorus, so there is a higher chance that all those phosphorus can be bound by the soil and the use efficiency can be hampered. So in a direction to using the 4R principle. So what could be the optimum recommendation for phosphorus and what could be the application technique?
Okay, very good. Thank you for the question. It's this is why the separate management of nutrients is so important. Phosphorus and nitrogen, taking only the two of them, they behave totally different in the environment. Not only plants, they need phosphorus, a lot of phosphorus in the beginning and nitrogen afterwards, but the way they behave in the soil is totally different. So when you apply phosphorus in the soil, if you bring this highly soluble phosphate and plants are not there, this is not the right time. Is it either too early or too late? What is going to happen with this phosphorus if it's just sitting there? So it's soil is going to absorb. And then even though lots of people, they say we can recover today, it's when it's bounded by phosphorus, by iron and aluminum, it's very hard to bring it back. So then the solution is still the 4Rs, but then it's different from nitrogen. This is why in that example of Mali, it's the phosphorus applied at planting.
I need a lot of phosphorus in the beginning. So how do I apply this phosphorus? I apply at planting, under the seeds, close to the seeds, because phosphorus, different than nitrogen, does not move in the soil. So this is why applying the 4Rs nutrient by nutrient is so important, and that the TSP comes to help in this precision management of the fertilization itself. But this is it's right applying correctly the fertilizer.
Practices are as important as the products. They need to align. Okay.
Many innovations are new innovations coming in fertilizer. I've seen that new biopesticide, but still our Punjab Agriculture University need recommendation of that product first. Then we can, smallholder farmers still using old fertilizer type, big urea or other. But companies are, your people's are, all presentation are very nice, but companies are doing for smallholder farmer for promote biopesticide. And also what is the, in future, how we can go about this? How we can help the farmer, smallholder to use this pesticide. It's a very nice product like nano urea. If they use in vegetable, that's good. But in big crops, there's a big issue. Still recommendation, PAU is not recommending still nano urea, but they're recommending others. So that's why.
I think, let me get into this. There is a gap. The companies are doing a lot of innovations and different products are coming up. They can do the extension work to some extent with the farmers. But the problem that is coming up is convincing the scientists in the state agriculture universities. Yes. If they become, oh, this is not, I will promote only my product. And who are these private companies? That's the typical problem that we had of a controlled economy. Socialism was all about everything the state has to do. So from where the private sector is coming? I think the mindset of the scientists in the SAUs, they need to work very closely with the private players, come up with business solutions that can easily come up. So there's need for partnership along with the products, practices, and partnerships that will help to increase the profits of the farmers also.
Thank you.
Yeah.
About the nano urea thing that you also said with IFCO, it is not working so well. But there are other industries which are bringing in their own product. And I mean, nano is a technology, but how the product is developed is varying between different companies. And PAU itself has approved for nano urea from TERI, which is being marketed by PPL. Nano DAP, which is being marketed by PPL. Similarly, other collaborator is Mahadev Suvarnaji, who is taking our nano NPK. Praveenji said that he is taking our nano phosphorus. So, I mean, they are on the rise. You can ask if they are getting repeat orders or they have to go for tagging. So scenarios are different for different companies, how nano is being used, how this technology is developed, and then how farmers are accepting it. So it's a new technology, really
There
needs
is a
more.
lot in the offing. The entire industry is pushing despite very adverse policy environment, because policy environment is totally skewed towards granular urea. Despite that, all this is happening. Anyway, thanks a lot for this, for your patience in this. I have learned a lot. And we need to get into the next session. And 10 minutes break, you're giving?
Yeah, we will now stop for a short tea break and reconvene after 10 minutes.
Thank you, and good clap to all our participants. Thank you. Thank you. That was very useful. Oh. Okay, smile, wait. One more. Thanks. Hey, thanks a lot.
I'll announce that.
I'll come and do the filling.
I'll finish now.
मेरा तो काम है यहाँ बाहर जाना है। आप पहले अपना बता आपका जो
Nice to meet you. You're in Gulati. With this time we are coming to Gulati for the workshop for this global farmer network. I'm a member of the global Recently, he attended one conference in World Food Prize organization. I just want picture learning. Professor, I'm very happy. He's searching for good boy job also. Please come. This camera, sir, very happy. He wanted to be, but I have already worked already for 35 years. I'm already working with Syngenta 35 years. So I'm also
PPT आएगा WhatsApp करेंगे.
Yes, sir. Last year we were in Argentina 2 years back. When I sponsored our work with me. It was 2018.
हेलो हाँ बोलिए. हाँ हाँ बताओ.
Every year we have you see the website has got open at this year I will send you all of it.
निकिता का 29 का ठीक है. मैं अभी इधर इवेंट में हूँ. जैसे यहाँ से खत्म होता है
Last year we had so much relation to World Food Prize Foundation that Madam is very happy that she is Pakistan and she's a friend of Basra. Basra was there, so Dr. Fush, both from
Yes. So now I'm working on it. And we are doing same in one expert. Advising this biotechnology, understand fully. But I'm already retired now. I've been joined just in the consultant for people. So I already also my own name is master farm. So I've already so much money. I'm not want to go, but actually, master for 1 year as a global team. All record my is safe. But I want to serve the purpose for you. We first time we do it time. Because when I first get to go to the very happy that I'm both this one.
PDF कहाँ है इसमें है PDF तो ना लग रहा है सेम PDF
Yeah, let's get next. देखी PPT कितने स्लाइड है देखो जरा
26
एक ही है 26 स्लाइड
रजत
26 स्लाइड्स हैं उनको
यही कहती मैं अब 10 स्लाइड का हो गया ना ये 20 लेके आ गया मेरा पेपर नहीं देखा आपने, किस तरह से करो।
किसकी किसकी फोटो है? ये तो ना है यार, गीला को देख रहे हो कहाँ की है? भैया NPK, OC, क्ले एंड CAC कौन कौन सा मेथोडोलॉजी का है? देखना सारे इसी में इक्विपमेंट डाल दिया इन्होंने, फिट कर दिया। कौन की
May I request everyone to be please seated? Welcome back. We now move towards our concluding session focused on the critical role of soil health testing in enhancing agriculture products and practices. The session will bring together thought leaders who are pioneering innovations at the intersection of soil sciences, agri-tech, and sustainable farming. We are honored to have with us Professor Jayant Kumar Singh, IIT Kanpur, who will be chairing this session, Dr. Praful Gatke, founder and CEO, Biome Technologies Private Limited, Mr. S. Bhaskar Reddy, Senior Advisor, Syngenta Foundation, India, and Global Agri Entrepreneur Academy, Mr. Rajat Vardhan, CEO, Scarnest, Mr. Rajul Patkar, CEO, SoilSense. We look forward to a detailed and interactive session, sir.
Thank you. So it's a tough thing to handle, in the middle of afternoon. It's one of the toughest where people want to just wrap it up. It's been pleasure listening to all the delegates and getting the complete picture of from the policy, from the government, from the company. Now the time has come to talk about some technology. What are the gaps they are trying to fill in? I'm currently in the chemical engineering, but I have a lot of interface with agriculturists, data, and particularly I work in sensor development from the perspective of molecular nature. For me, soil itself is a living body. Just like human body, it has a physical, chemical, and biological, activities all around. And therefore, understanding this and taking those knowledge to the right delivery becomes extremely important. And when I look into what companies are doing it, I can clearly see that the complexity is a multifold. And therefore, one technology will not serve the purpose. You need gamut of technologies which can be integrated in some form. And what we have is a wonderful panelist here, which probably will provide insight to what they are doing it. So I'll start with a couple of questions to each of them, and so that they can describe what kind of technology they are bringing in, and particularly addressing the question of soil health and practices for better nutrition. What kind of thought process they have, and some of the examples. So I've listed some of the questions. So to start with, I'll start with Dr. Gatke. Talk about your product and how it addressing soil health testing and impacting practices. You can think of also from the point of view of company, whether it is addressing physical quantity as the compaction itself is a big problem and assessing that, or chemical, which we talk about NPK and macronutrients, or biological property, which is also necessary to contain those things. So yeah, please.
Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity. Thank you, sir. It's always an honor as to talk in front of you. One of the inspiration I have, Gulati, sir. And thankful to Sunil Kherna, sir. Due to him, I'm here to communicate. So one of the thing I've understood here, hidden hunger, that is a nutrition deficient food. But one of the missing thing what I've understood and we have been working upon, that is the soil microbial health. It is a missing link gap between the soil health card, as we are looking after the NPK, but we forget the biological engine of the soil. Microbes, nutrient availability, protection from plant and pest and pathogens, protection from the climate changes, and appropriate yield. So we forget to measure that, and this is one of the most neglected aspect. So in terms of enhancing crop yield, in terms of having the residue free, that is safer food, in terms of nutrient efficient, nutrient rich food, we must assess the soil microbial health. And in that case, the soil microbial health in today's day traditionally costing 10,000, 3 days, and a microbiologist needed. Our disruption is a kit, which is a portable compass box size, does soil microbial health analysis within 3 hours, within 300 rupees, as compared to 10,000 against the traditional things. And the farmer can do that. It's like an pH color, like we have transformed it in a color thing, colorimetric analysis. So easy to understand for the farmer. And it is validated by ICAR, 95% accuracy of the kit is there. So this disruption helping farmers to understand vitality, life present, beneath the fits, life present within the soil. And with the help of that, we have advised farmers and promoted biologicals. So promotion of biologicals means regenerative agriculture in combination with the chemical fertilizers. And that helped farmers to get the residue free. Thousands of our farmers delivered residue free, reduction in the production cost, soil compaction issue completely eliminated, and the videos or the introduction or the documentaries of the farmers recently been made by the BBC also. One of the farmer, 23 years old, have profit of the 55 lakhs within the 5 acres by the production of ginger, and that is completely residue free as per the European standards. So this can be achieved with the help of combination of regenerative agriculture. We all talk in terms of soil health, but how do we measure the impact? The impact must be measured in terms of microbial health, and the microbial health is completely neglected. So we present the solution soilometer that does on-field, easy to access, economical option for the soil microbial health analysis. And we request that the things should be taken at the policy level. Soil microbial health must be analyzed and must be included in the soil health card. And moreover, this kit does not only test the soil microbial health, but also assess the impacts, test for the organic farming, test for the natural farming, help for the conventional farming, and moreover, quality analysis of biofertilizers and biopesticides. So it is farmers' own laboratory, no microbiologist or the intervention needed. So we are coming with the disruption, and this is what I would like to introduce you all. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Profulji. Thank you. So you talked about very interesting aspect, that regenerative agriculture, wherein you are bringing the concept of microbiome way of which is basically helping also to address the issue of compaction, correct?
Certainly, sir.
Very fantastic. So what's your offering from your company? What are the views on in terms of addressing these issues of soil health?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jayant. Thank you, Dr. Gulati and ICRIER for inviting us to this interesting and very important soil health forum. So I work with Syngenta Foundation and Agri Entrepreneur Growth Foundation, and also with IFC World Bank to set up a Global Agri Entrepreneur Academy. All our work has been revolving around how do we create agri entrepreneurs at a village level to help farmers adopt new technologies. So whether it is biomes technology or various technologies that we heard since morning, and the concept of 4 Rs, it brings us to the question, if you have the best technologies which can say even triple the yields or quadruple the yields, how do you make it happen? it boils down to that question of 4 Rs. And that is where, we firmly believe that having a village level, a rural agri entrepreneur who is a hyper-local change agent, more like an extension plus mechanism. We have heard about extension, how the Green Revolution was brought about with the help of extension agents, how they went to, house to house, door to door, telling farmers what kind of technologies to be used. But now we are again revisiting that kind of a mechanism where we are calling this as an extension plus mechanism, because these entrepreneurs not only tell farmers what to do, but also assist them in supplying the right technologies. So the critical question is, if farmer, first, they're not aware of a technology or aware of new product like yours, which can, help them with the soil microbial analysis. Second, if they know that the product is there, where do they get that product? A new specialty chemical project that we have heard in the previous session. Third, even if they get the product, where do they have access to credit to buy that? And fourth, how do they apply it at the right time, at the right place, and so on. So I think having a village level entrepreneur, we are able to bring all those elements together and apply and help farmers connect with the markets. Today, we have around 26,000 entrepreneurs across 16 states in India. And these 26,000 entrepreneurs are directly supporting about 30 lakh farmers. This is, in fact, the world's largest single rural entrepreneur network that we have created in India. And now we are planning to take this to multiple countries. We already have similar networks in Bangladesh, Nigeria, Kenya. With the help of IFC and Corteva and Sustainable Agriculture Foundation, we have created a Global Agri Entrepreneur Academy, which has now started taking this same program to Cambodia and Tanzania and so on. So that's the kind of network that we create. And this network is used for, specifically in context of, soils, there thousands of them are soil testing entrepreneurs who test the soils and then who are able to make sure that the farmers are able to practice or adopt those results that are coming out of the soil test. We all know that the government has also issued 25 crore soil health cards, but the key question is, how many of that cards are being used by farmers? I think so. We firmly believe in that. Last 2 years, we have done about 60,000 soil test samples with farmers using this Agri Entrepreneur Network. And the results are quite staggering, sir. It's across India. In Palghar, we found that the farmers are able to reduce nitrogen by 23%. In Odisha, the urea reduction came by 9%. In Nanded, it came down by 5%. More importantly, micronutrients went up by 73%. Where the entrepreneurs are able to help farmers and adopt those products. Same is the story in Bihar. Urea came down by 29%. MOP was up by 16% and micronutrients up by 83%. So there is clearly a distortion in terms of more application of urea, and by entrepreneurs helping farmers, we are able to, train them and reduce the application of urea and shift them towards other micronutrients and so on.
Fantastic.
We'll talk about other initiatives later. Yeah.
So just a curiosity here. This conclusion of the reduction and enhancement of nutrition vis-a-vis consumption reduction, is it a combination of one technology or is it a combination of multiple technologies?
No, in the sense that once we do the soil testing and then the entrepreneur recommends based on the soil testing what products they have to use.
Fantastic. So over to now, Rajat, what kind of offering the products and the company which you're trying to work on or you have in the market, and how you're trying to address this big question of soil health card, as well as the implementation part, practices part.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Jayant. It's my honor to share the stage with you, and sir, truly my honor to speak in front of you and all the dignitaries present in this hall. I'm from Scanext, and in the able leadership of Dr. Jayant Singh, with whom I'm sharing the stage, multi-year research has been conducted in the campus of IIT Kanpur to bring up a device which can revolutionize the way soil testing can be conducted. As you all are aware that as a country, we have a very limited soil testing infrastructure. Only with a scientific soil testing led report, farmer would be able to increase and improve the health of their soil and do justice to ensure that soil health across various parameters can be improved. So what we have done, we have brought a smart soil testing technology, which is based on NIR spectroscopy and AIML. That is world's most affordable soil testing technology. So we have been able to bring the cost of soil testing down to just under 50 rupees, which is less than, which is almost half a dollar in terms of each test. And globally, we are able to bring it just to $2. So if you go to Africa, you will find each test costing up to $80. So when you bring this kind of delta difference in the way you are offering the tech, you are basically targeting 580 million smallholder farmers. So our aim is to ensure that this tech with the network of village level entrepreneur reaches across the country, across the globe, especially targeting the smallholder farmers. And gradually we are able to increase and improve the health of soils, and thereby we are ensuring that sustainable agricultural practices are being brought. While we deliver the results, we ensure that a customized, localized soil testing report is being given, covering up organic and inorganic recommendation across multiple parameters. And we also ensure that farmers are able to see doses in a certain pattern. And we do that in 22 languages, 18 Indian and 4 overseas languages. Our goal is to ensure that we should be able to cover all possible languages spoken, because unless farmer is able to get their report in their local languages, it would be difficult for them to adopt. So first thing is decoding affordability. Second thing is localizing. And then for policy maker, for people from the industry, it is very important that how this kind of report can really go and travel to a dashboard. And that's where we have been able to integrate GIS functionality into what we are doing. So somebody from the industry can actually log into the portal and actually can see pinpointedly at a plot level, at a village level, and largely at a country level, the health of the soil. And therefore, you can take pinpointed policy recommendations. You can also ensure how field extension activities are to be conducted on the ground, so that farmers listen what they really need to implement. And that's what we are able to do. As far as it's very important here, I'll be closing with this remark. It is important to ensure that what has been the impact so far. So ICR and IAP has done a third-party validation study on our work, and I'm very, very glad to report this report should be out in next 4 to 5 weeks. It's under the printing part. And it has come up with a report that farmers who have adopted it for across Kharif and Rabi, they have been able to increase their income by 12 and 13%. And most significantly, what they have come out to report is that only by spending 200 to 300 rupees, farmers are able to increase their income annually by 10,000 rupees per acre. And that is very, very significant. You see, when we are bringing such a small policy interventions with new age technologies, if by very, very small amount, farmers are able to increase their income, that is what gives us hope and keeps us ignited. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Now, over to Dr. Patkar. Talk about, from your company perspective, what are the product which you have in the market you have brought in, and how it's changing the impact in the practices and the value addition you're bringing into the farmers.
Thank you, Professor Jain, and thank you, Gulati sir, and your team who has invited me for this event. And I met a lot of people and learned a lot. So I think 50% or 60% of the work, what I do and what is important of soil testing is already covered by Rajat, because we are all soil testing people. So what he's talking about multilingual and different states. So we are exactly doing all that. That is one of our products, soil testing. So just in my background, because I'm an engineer, had no idea about agriculture, zero agriculture. And I think not knowing agriculture at that moment was a blessing in disguise, because then you're not limited by that Godeka Jasena, one focus that you don't know what is happening. So first thing I did in 2011 when I started my PhD was at IRI, visited IRI because best institute. I wanted to learn from best. And I saw that there are also technologies exist. Us samay moisture and spectrophotometer and spectrums. But if something goes wrong, they were just lying there, no servicing. I said, if that is the condition of an IRI, imagine what is the condition of a farmer then. I mean, we can talk about tech, but if we can't build it ourselves, indigenously made in India and service it, it's not going to work. And it's not going to work in silo.
So instead of talking what we are doing now, I'll tell you what's the journey like and why did I do that. So in 2011, when we went there, and then we wrote a project to DST, bringing IITs and agriculture institutes together to work and understand and develop indigenous technologies. So under that project, we developed multiple innovations. We started with moisture sensors, IoTs, and with that IoT product, as an excited student, we went to the farmers. 2015, we were actually pioneers in developing sensors. And when we went to 2015, farmers said, "Hame nahi chahiye." So that is when it happens that when we work with scientists and scientists, we don't bring in farmers, nothing, we know that what is needed. And they said, add more value to it. And then we started looking at. So 2011, my PhD topic was sensors for agriculture. So we actually built moisture sensors, IoTs. We also developed MEMS microfluidic based soil testing. Again, that's a product which works in lab, will not work in the. We also built NIR based soil testing. But then again, the scientific community said, no, this is not going to work. You have to bring chemical based soil testing because scalability will become a problem because it is based on models. You have to bring chemical is the most accurate. So we went back and in 2015 started working on chemical based soil testing. And now I can say that we have built a chemical based soil testing machine, a complete lab in a 100-gram device, a glucometer. And with this product, we are in 8 countries. So what he said, all that advantage that farmers, multilingual, everything we have. But the advantage with chemical is that you go to any part of the country, you don't have to do any calibration because the protocols are similar. So if I have to do pH, 1 molar KCl is an FAO standard. So that is what we follow. And so we are very small, but through LinkedIn, we could reach out to 8 countries without spending on anything on marketing. So our clients speak for our work. And I believe in suite of products. We are only talking about soil health. There is no soil health if you don't know what is the quality of your water. Because soil could be good, but your irrigation water could have high TDS. So we are trying to build water quality also with a similar soil, water, and microbial. We are trying to collaborate with Professor Praful. And thanks to them, they are only trying to collaborate. So we want to make a proper soil health where they will be physical, chemical, biological, and that's the card we want to build. And what were the open database they were talking about, public digital infrastructure. We already have a dashboard where right now, while I'm speaking, one of my colleagues is in Himachal doing the soil testing for apple farmers. And I could have shown, because there is no now, so no laptops, no slides. Otherwise, I could have shown the live testing that is happening in Himachal. Oh. And what we realized with this testing in last 10 days of whatever we started, some 300, 400 tests we did. Phosphorus is kind of low there. So I don't know. This is what we came with. And soils are little towards acidic and very little towards alkalinity. Mostly soils are acidic there. It's a Himachal area. And nitrogen is not really low. It's low to medium. And potassium is kind of mid to high. That is what we found with this analysis. So if you have such technologies, this is what you can do. It's just the intent of people who are sitting here, and the government should give opportunities to people like us to take it, because we are talking about water conservation. And I believe in community-based products, because in India, those are the things that will work. I mean, we are talking about, we just take copy paste. I mean, I'm just adding, it's not about me, but I have also built an IoT. But what I feel, just like a green revolution has created a problem in future. This IoT, what we are talking about, solar powered electronics, putting one in the farm, doing all that. I think in 3 years down the line, that electronic waste, I don't know where it is going to go. That will create one more problem. So I think just copy pasting technologies, because they have huge farms and they put one system. Here we are just left and right putting IoTs. I think that will be a difficult problem to manage in future. We need community-based products, is what I feel. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Patkar. I mean, this is clear. What she talked about is what I also have the same feeling, that a lot of things we should do in silos. And as a policy, there is a need to integrate these technologies, and then community has to be brought in. Now, my follow-up question, I will start with you, Dr. Patkar, is now over these years, of course, as an inventor, you invent something in the lab. As you already mentioned, that something like in MEMS technology, it works beautifully in the lab. But when you take it to the market field, farmers have no idea about it. I mean, they will tell you, "Ye kya leke aaye? What are the things you brought in?" Nothing, they don't understand. For them, the only thing which works is economics. I mean, they are the small businessmen, practically. So as a technologist, and this is where you come in, you bring these people together, and then you have these village incubators or village entrepreneurs, which basically are trying to convey the message in the right language. Now, as a technology, what kind of the challenge you faced? There are two aspects which I see. One is when you take it to the market, farmers and so forth. One is a technological challenge, and one is a societal acceptance challenge. So what is your views on that?
See, I mean, both are huge challenges. They are not small challenges, and I'm not the one who can actually answer because there are so many policymakers not able to answer those questions, right? So as a technology is still solvable, right? You can bring in better scientists, you can develop, you can try and talk to the farmers. The major challenge which you cannot solve is the mindset. The mindset of people, and I think Professor Jayant has also been in IIT and being an engineer and professor, and my husband is also a professor at IIT Bombay. So I had the liberty to talk, and I have been in 32 years in IIT. So maybe more than Professor Jayant is, because I did my MTech PhD from. So one thing I realized, ego plays a very important parameter there. It was very difficult for me as a project manager to bring in agriculture institutes and IIT and bring in on a same dais and make the meeting happen. And so when we change that mindset, then only I think things can change. I mean, I'm myself facing challenges. I'm talking to everyone. You must have seen me when I'm taking every chance to meet and go and talk to the people. But things have to move. I don't know whether I should say it on this dais, but I have gone to meet one of those secretaries and told her, या तो इंजीनियर्स को पैसा मत दीजिए, या तो फिर इनोवेशन मत करवाइए, और करवाते हैं तो फिर उसको फार्मर तक ले जाने में मदद करिए. That's the problem. I mean, intent has to, and not mine, it has to become everybody's intent. If the intents are right, I think there are so many people sitting who can collaborate with us and take us forward. So I think mindset is.
So mindset, and I would say the way what you're trying to say is a framework in which every dots are very well defined and linked. And that helps people to do their bits as a part of the whole ecosystem. What's your thought, Rajat?
Thank you for the question, sir. I think the biggest challenge is awareness at the last miles. We are fairly large a country, almost 700,000 villages we have. So how to ensure that a new age adoption not just is being adopted by the early adopter, but it is actually adopted by the laggards, because that is where the larger population lies, which is more vulnerable. And that is where, the focus of awareness should actually move. And here it is very important to mention that we also have to see how we can increase awareness of the extension workers who are taking the systems of new age technologies, including the precision fertilizer, precision nutrient based technologies to the last mile. So while the industry, a lot of people are sitting over here, we are doing a great work. And I also come from the industry. I'm ex-Monsanto, worked there for a couple of years. I really know and vouch for it that we do a lot of hard work on the ground. But when the same hard work is being complemented by the government's, state government's extension machinery, I am pretty much sure that the impact of the new age tech will be much faster and adoption will also increase. Second thing is, the acceptance of new age technologies from the larger ecosystem. So as very correctly said by Dr. Rajul, I think a lot of innovation can be done. But I see that time is now, as we are working towards having a Viksit Bharat. We should also see that all the new age adoption should be taken up in right spirit and adoption. And we should really try and test out. As very correctly said by Gulati sir, that if there are a bunch of innovations which will come, those who do well for a consistent period of time, some of them will be adopted largely and few of them would need some refinement. The point is we should become accepting towards new age innovations, and it must happen at policy level. I have some points to make. I'll say when sir asks me the question.
Thank you, Rajat. So I see this last leg extension, and when I see this thing, I can clearly see these are all related to Zomato and Amazon, and all these people have cracked this. So we are happy at home, but farmers are not getting that happiness when it comes to their products and related to that. And that's why I think Mr. Reddy has a lot of solutions, which probably is working on it.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Jayant. See, I think so they're clearly on the farmer adoption. Nothing like, seeing is believing. So what we have done is, again, Mali is here, he has done a lot of work with us in Syngenta Foundation in Punjab, making that demonstration in the village and taking about 200, 300 farmers to see that demo farm in the same village, makes a huge difference in the adoption of technology, whether it's specialty products or whatever, new technologies that as simple as even drip irrigation and so on. In some of the areas where even drip irrigation is considered a completely novel and a great technology, I mean, interior parts of Jharkhand and so on. So I think one is clearly making that entrepreneur acting as an extension plus agent, doing the demonstration farms and then providing them the products. Second interesting point is, sir, I mean, this entrepreneurship is not something rocket science or something new that we have started working in the last few years. I mean, a lot of companies have worked on it. The only difference is what we do here is, we make that entrepreneur with multiple businesses or layering of multiple businesses with that entrepreneur. She is able to provide soil testing. She's able to provide, nutrients, biologicals. In some places, they also develop as digital banking agents. Some of them you have seen when we went to the field visit in Nashik. And then they could also become a drone operator and so on. So when you layer multiple businesses, then the viability, it's a financially viable for both entrepreneur and for the companies. If each company tries to launch their own entrepreneur, then it becomes very difficult. So that's where, these entrepreneurs need to be provided with stack of technology so that they are able to make money and those technologies are able to reach farmers also. That's how we have done successfully with these 26,000 entrepreneurs across India. Now, coming specifically, the same stacking we want to apply on the soil health, Professor Jayant. What we're trying to do is develop a concept called SHE, which is Soil Health Entrepreneur, where we run a large program around probably at least starting with about 10,000, could go up to 20,000 SHE soil health entrepreneurs, each working with about 200 farmers, which means that we will be able to work with 2 to 3 million farmers in the next 5 years. Each of those soil health entrepreneur would start with soil testing, then look at nutrient management, advising them on what kind of nutrients to apply and making sure they're applying. And third, moving towards biologicals, slowly introducing specialty products and biologicals. And fourth, now we have also seen a lot of uptake for biochar, converting crop residue into biochar and getting carbon credits. We ourselves have done a number of projects and also see if we can make those entrepreneurs do biochar, combine with vermicompost and apply back to the soil so that we close the loop around soil, starting from soil health to application of biochar and vermicomposting. So that's the kind of entire cycle that we want to run. And nothing is free here. Everything, there's a business model around each of those components, and business model for farmers and business model for the entrepreneurs. Both will benefit significantly. So that's the program that we want to run, and now we are launching it in multiple locations.
Fantastic. Yeah. So I see a solution to some of the problem which they raised. What about Dr. Gatke? What are the challenges you are facing in when you are deploying your technology? From the two aspects of it. One is a technological challenge on the ground, and one is a societal acceptance.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And it's quite interesting, the challenges I'm facing, because soil health analysis or the NPK is very common. But when we went to ICAR institutions for the validation perspective, इसकी क्या जरूरत है? आने वाले 10 साल भी कोई बैक्टीरिया फंजा के बारे में पूछेगा नहीं. Soil microbial health के regarding that we have encountered the questions, but that didn't disappointed us. However, some of the experts guided us and they helped us to get it validated by ICAR, and 2 of the ICAR institutions validated the kit. Secondly, farmers, they don't have this thing in their mind at all, soil health, and then soil microbial health is too long away. So to popularize this, to teach the farmer, make the awareness, we started one campaign in Maharashtra, agrochemicals literacy movement, that is Krishi Rasayan Saksharta Prashikshan. So we asked the farmers to come our lab. And 2,000 plus farmers we have trained in our laboratory, demonstrated what are the fungi, what are the bacteria, how they work, how they solve your problems. And then at the same time, biologicals been delivered to the farmers and demonstrated their efficiency. So the production cost to the grape farmers reduced from 2.5 lakhs to 1.5 lakhs. Then ginger farmers 1.5 lakhs to 50 to 60,000. Onion farmers 60 to 70,000 to 35,000. And all the impact assessment studies have been done. All the scientific data has been recorded. Another challenge we witnessed that in the literacy program, we were training farmers how to use chemicals wisely, how to make the compatibility or the application of biologicals plus chemical, because some of the chemicals are compatible with the biologicals and they can go hand in hand. For example, imamectin can go hand in hand with the Beauveria metarhizium and verticillium. Even chemical fungicides can go hand in hand with the chemical pesticides. Chemical fungicides can go hand in hand with the bacterial products because they don't affect bacteria. We teach farmers that. And another thing, what we have witnessed, the soilometer was also analyzing the quality of biological inputs. So when farmers become clever, they took the soilometer to analyze the quality of biological inputs. Then social media is everywhere. Now the things make viral rapidly. So they complain to the retailers that what product you are given, this doesn't have microbial counts. And this led to 2 attacks on me, life-threatening attacks on me in a year. And that too I survived and still moving. And in the next month, we are launching a campaign, Suno Mitti Ki Awaaz, and I myself going onto the bike because I want to show that I'm a fearless and I'm going onto the farmers because most of our farmers have won Millennium Farmer Award also by ICAR. The production cost has been reduced more than 50%. None of the farmer using chemical fungicide in his soil at all. So this is another disruption we have made, and this is helping soil microflora to grow, and this has solved the problem of compaction. So reduce the application of chemical fertilizers, enhance fertilizer use efficiency, enhance the quality, make the food safer by making it residue-free, promoted the biological inputs. So this way we have started in Maharashtra. And the next month, as I've told, on bike, I'll be moving with the farmers and demonstrating the impact under the Suno Mitti Ki program. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. I can, this is like a goosebump, to get going on a bike and somebody is attacking just because you're trying to help them to grow their, it's like a old days movies where you see that, right? But I think this always happened with a cohort of people. These are very small farmers. Their lands are, in India is a very distributed kind of farmers, right? Lands are very small, and often they get very affected by what you're doing on the land. I remember my own students were being, chased by farmers when I asked them to get sand. This was something like 2015, 16. And then I had to make sure the DM gives a letter so that they can show. So it's a difficult area when it's very easy for me to work in the lab, That's very easy to work, but too difficult. And I really appreciate what all of you are doing on ground, because that's what we are supposed to do as a technologist. Now, there's one aspect which I see why this area is very difficult in technology. Now, I can connect with something called pharma industry. Okay, now pharma industry is something which also faced tremendous impact. If you look at some of the drugs which was introduced to humans, we were retracted 20 or 30 years later, correct? I mean, the reason is that it takes time to get the data. Now, so I'm coming to the data point. If it's so what we are seeing is that application of fertilizer over the years, for some reason, is depleting carbon, right? Be it a direct effect, be it an indirect effect of the practices, because a lot of associated trees and everything is completely removed. Now, coming to this. Pharma industries has really disrupted the way in last 5 years in inventing new drugs. The reason being is that the data repository has improved tremendously across the world. They have common sharing of the data. Okay, the reason why I can talk about it because I work also in that dimension, and I've seen that how they have been very effectful of that. Now, as a national policy, we don't have any, we have soil health card, the card which we talk about it, because the government is spending a lot of money. But the soils, the health, the whole agri-tech stack, wherein the soil information, be it a physical, be it a chemical, be it a biological, we are not yet, it's difficult to find. And it's something which is, in my opinion, absolutely necessary for us to manage or do a precision agriculture. Now, I would like to just get a view from all of you. What do you think about it? Can all the startups which are working towards that dimension, or is something that this is very far-fetched dream to bring such a possibilities in the near future? Maybe you can start with someone, Dr. Wendy, you can start with that.
I don't know. The government of India, see, it's beyond startups to do that kind of, pooling of data and aggregation of data across India. But government of India was, trying to do a project around AgriStack, and it's been quite a few years that they've been talking about it. Although they got a lot of data now under, PM Kisan, a lot of land, farmer, mobile, Aadhaar, all the data has been aggregated. But that stack has to be continuously improved, in terms of soils, in terms of, crops, in terms of yield, and in terms of various other parameters. I think that's still a long way to go, but we also hear that every single parcel of land will have unique identity, and the government is trying to link all that, using unique codes for each farmer. So, but I think it might take a couple of years before we see that kind of stacking happening.
So what's your thought, Dr. Patkar?
I feel that data is very important. And I think everybody is talking about data. We have heard this called data is going to be new oil. So data definitely is important. But my problem is we are talking about AI. Even before talking about this sanity of data and reliability of data, I think all the government and Maharashtra government is also talking about AI for agri, right? So my question, instead of answer, my question here is to all this is how can we talk about AI without having a data set, right? You can't build a model on agriculture with a data set from some other country and apply it here and think that the results will work. I think farmer will lose trust in technology rather than trusting the technology. So if you really want to, have farmers' trust to be gained, first we need to check on the sanity of data, then the AI models. So I think data is important, but as a startup founder now when I'm working, it's my responsibility to whatever data I'm generating, I have to double cross check that data, and then I'm ready to provide that data in some kind of business model sharing. So let's say I'm working in Himachal. As I'm giving example of Himachal because I'm right now currently testing are going on. Otherwise, we are working in 17 states in India. We are working in 8 different countries, right? So data is available. But again, there is a privacy on data policy and all. Now, how do you share the data? Because it's a client's data at the end of the day. So these are all policy questions to me. But one thing I can say as a founder, I knew why I started building sensors because I remember in 2013-14, Microsoft Beats, there was a platform from Microsoft, right? Farm Beats it was called. And the thing they said was the most difficult and the expensive part is data collection. So that actually triggered us also that we have to build sensors, indigenous cost-effective sensors that can give you reliable data. So we are working on data sets. Now, how do we use it? What is the policies behind it? It's left to the policymakers.
Rajat, your views on this?
Sure, sir. I think one of the biggest challenges global agriculture, especially targeting the smallholder farmer, is data darkness, right? So, and when we have to think of sustainability, we need to see data in mind, because without data in mind, it is all belief system. So if you have to go beyond belief system and make it a policy narrative, it has to come and travel through the villages with data darkness and towards villages having all data lit, possibly from soil perspective, from irrigation perspective, from microbial perspective, and whatever you can imagine. And I strongly believe that only when you do this, you ensure that incomes become sustainable, brings happiness and peace in the life of farmers, and it takes them away from the larger challenges and reports which we hear from media, especially, unfortunate incidences in Maharashtra, right? So I think a lot can be done if we work together. Thank you.
Okay. So any thoughts on that?
As we are into deep tech agriculture biotechnology and earlier into the contract research for biological serving companies from Europe and US, we have the data sets available and we are ready. As a company's name is Biome, we are ready to have an existence of Biome of the startups and the industry to work together to deliver more and more and precise informative technologies that will help us to deliver the sustainability, that will help us to reduce the production cost, that will help us to deliver the safer food and nutritive food together. Thank you.
Okay, good. So my last, I think, just because we have looked into all aspect of it, now she is very unhappy with policy and last leg, and I think it's rightly said that we have to bring in some policy change, and that's why I will start with her. What kind of policy intervention you have in the wish list to be implemented for technologies like you?
See, I'll tell, become accessible,
Okay.
being approachable, listen to us, because see, this is all dynamic. I can't say, okay, change this policy. Who knows tomorrow how things will work?
Okay.
So become accessible and approachable and being flexible in the decisions. That's all I would say.
Fantastic. What about you, Rajat, towards particularly precision agriculture, which you really want to have it here?
Sure, sir. I think I would like to add 3 more R to the previously communicated Rs, and that is reward, redirect, and remind. So when I say reward, I mean to say that it becomes very important that soil and sustainable practices should be incentivized at farmer level as well as the gram panchayat level. Only when we create places of change which can be witnessed from distances, people will start trusting and the adoption will increase. Number 2 is we need to ensure that rewarding the people who have adopted right practices, whether it is related to soil testing or recommendation, whether it is related to nitrogen fixation and leading to better fixation of soil health. And then in case of redirection, it is important that the new age technologies must be adopted by the state governments, because agriculture being a state subject, it becomes very, very important that the adoption lead dialogue should happen at the state as well as central level. And then it is important that the subsidies should be redirected, the savings out of the subsidies should be redirected to farmer level as well as those gram panchayats who has adopted it largely. And sir, last but not the least, as far as reminding is concerned, I would like to mention that it is important to train our frontline worker across the country. Every district has got 100 plus extension workers. If we make them the change makers, the process will really get fastened. And then a lot of demos should happen. And we should also ensure that the communication and dialogue of soil health should get adopted in the school curricula. When the small kid goes to his home, when as a 4th, 5th, 6th school graduate listens about innovation by IITs or great practices of change, then the adoption will happen largely. I would like to close by saying that community without technology keeps farmer poor, and technology without community keeps it unused. So it is important to have an integrated approach. Thank you.
So just says we are already has provided technologies in school, rural, and they have been covered by Better India, and they are doing quite well. Because that's what I was saying. Changing the mindset of farmer is difficult, but changing the mindset of children is so good, and these are the future farmers.
True.
So we are already actually working with schools.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. What's your wish list for the policy intervention?
Yeah, I think, money investment, without investment, nothing will move forward. Okay. I mean, Dr. Saab has been talking about it for a long time. And I think, sir, you should write an article saying healing soils with 1,000 crores. Saying that, how do we create 100,000 entrepreneurs with 1 lakh investment with each entrepreneur? I mean, that will be dramatically, it all we require is 1,000 crores. But, imagine we have 100,000 entrepreneurs in villages doing soil testing and helping them with specialty products. I think that's the big, policy wish that we would ask for.
Thank you, Rajat. Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Gulati, last words from you.
Yeah, we have been putting thousands of crore on soil health improvement, regenerative farming, but where is the impact assessment? It must be there in terms of soil microbial health. So soil microbial health index should be there as a part of soil health card, and that will help us to deliver healthy soil, and healthy soil equals healthy nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. So we had a breadth of discussion. I would like to just thank all the panelists. I've written a lot of notes, but I'm short of time to talk about it. I think because you have a media follow-up meeting.
We can take up the questions.
I think it's better that. I have a flight. So I have 4 minutes. But yeah, if you have any questions, just feel free. And thank you once again for joining with me on this wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Floor is now open for the question. Any questions, anybody? Okay, let me thank all the panelists. It was truly an engaging and insightful session. We really learned that when knowledge, innovation, practical solutions come together, they can change India's soil health and nutrition given the right policy framework. Thank you so much. May I now invite Dr. Ashok Gulati to summarize the key takeaways, outline the way forward, and also extend the vote of thanks.
Bhaskar, just 2 minutes. I assure you I won't take long. Well, thanks a lot to everyone. It has been a long day. Your patience and your excitement. That was great. All the speakers were well prepared. Some were over prepared. And at least I learned a lot. Now, I do want to share what is the future course that we are thinking on this line. Number one, I think more or less entire house felt that something is wrong with our soils. Nobody said that they are improving. So we have achieved food security, but in the process we have damaged our soils. Over a period of time, then there was a question of what is the intent. And I must remind that intent of this government in 2015 itself, it started off soil health cards. And they have spent almost 2,000 crores till now on this. I did not hear that when we are devising products or experimenting with this or that, we are using the government soil health cards. Every company is testing again. And we also plan to test again. Why the trust in the government system of soil health card is not there? Because soil health cards were not used by the government itself. The fertilizer that was being given to the farmers, without looking at what is the soil health card, how much area he or she has, and anybody can go and buy literally any amount of fertilizer, there is something wrong. It is not connecting. We all talked about the subsidies. And I have been working on subsidies on fertilizers for almost 30 years. it's a hot potato, and still what we heard in the morning from the Secretary Fertilizer, they are thinking of communities and panchayat level committees and trying to convince the farmers, a lot of advisory. But one of our speakers said advisories don't work much unless there is a profit for the farmer. I think again there is a big disconnect. Intent is there, advisory may be there. As an economist, I know only two routes in policy. If you are giving a subsidized product, you have to keep the quantity limited. So either you have quantity controls or you free up the system and let the prices be determined by the market forces. Automatically things will improve. At present and even in the past, I don't see much appetite of the government in changing the pricing of fertilizers too much, especially urea, since the last 10 years price is flat. All other prices are going up, but urea prices are flat. I think that's a major challenge. We have been talking to the government of direct benefit transfer to the farmers and decontrol the system. Personally, I have taken it up even at the highest level on that. The problem of the government is, who are the real farmers? The tenancy question comes in. We heard from the secretary maybe 60% of farmers could be tenants. The official data is only 17%. The PM Kisan that is given directly to the farmers is given only to the landholders. And the landholder may be sitting in Canada. He is not tilling the land. So there is a major issue in operationalizing this concept of direct benefit transfer. I remember I had a talk with the Agriculture Secretary earlier, and he said, we don't know who are the farmers in this country. So if you don't know your subjects, whom do you give? That's where the problem comes. But there is a lot of data available now. We have the fertilizer sales data. We have the land records data. You can use space technology and identify each plot. Give like Aadhaar number to individuals. You can give numbers to each plot, what they are growing, and accordingly start tinkering with the quantity part of it. So we are working with the first line, best type of policy reform, second line of policy reform. Something may come up, but not very bold. Some tinkering you may hear in this budget. But that's the policy part. If you look at, we had our second session, and that is the least talked about in this entire one day, was how the deficiency in the soil is leading to deficiency in our crop nutrition, crop health. I think that area is somewhat less studied, and we need to do more on that. I have been talking to even Indian Council of Medical Research to see what is happening, because today, if rice and wheat, our primary crops, are 50% below the zinc that recommended dietary requirements are, then there is something seriously wrong with our nutrition, and that is causing all the health problems of the humans. So I think we are going to be studying that carefully. I was so happy to see that on the products front, industry is doing a lot of innovations. So that is something heartening, and they are doing in that area where there are no subsidies. So there is some part of the business that can exist. Otherwise, why they will be doing all these innovations and selling all these products we never heard? Okay. So there are some smart farmers who are buying, and they are benefiting, only then they are buying. Right? And it is all a market economy. I think that is a big lesson that we need to do. Policy is stuck up in the past. Products are moving forward, and some practices by the companies concerned, but a community-based model if we can devise. That is where the concept like agriculture entrepreneurs or soil health entrepreneurs, if that process can start off, and can be supported by either the government or by the donors, because the government extension system is the weakest link in the R&D. But one thing is clear. We did a massive study. In the previous incarnation of Syngenta Foundation had sponsored that study long time back. And we did a book on this, that if you spend 1,000 crores on agriculture R&D, what is the marginal return that you get? Versus if you give the same 1,000 crore through fertilizer subsidy to the farmer, what is the return you get? The return in terms of research R&D is more than 10 times. 10 times. Whereas if you give 1,000 crores as fertilizer subsidy, the return is less than 1,000 crores. So it is a losing because of the externalities that you have. We have talked about this, that we need to reduce or compress. Nobody talked about today how much is the leakage in the fertilizer. This consumption that is going up, there is quite a diversion of fertilizers in the country. Our estimates are 20 to 25% of fertilizers don't reach agriculture. They are being used by non-agriculture players, plywood industry, glass industry, even going to neighboring countries and all that, because of the arbitrage that you have created because of the pricing policy. So I think if we can do some of this, create a research-based evidence and try to interact with the policy makers, policies, products, practices, partnerships. I think if this 4 Ps can be joined along with 4 Rs, then hopefully we'll see a brighter future and India can produce more with less and in a sustainable manner. And some of the regenerative activity that is needed in agriculture, not just the resilience, not just the sustainability from that angle, but regenerating because we have damaged it so much, then hopefully there will be. We will be continuing this research. This is the first shot. We have been on it for the last 6 months or so, but we are going to be doing it for the next 2.5 years at least. And any partnership where you can contribute and come on the platform with a common objective of making India show to the world a smallholder economy can also do, as we did on food security, on this regenerative agriculture by using less of chemical fertilizers and still having our food and nutritional security, then I think it's a lesson worth to the world, especially Africa. With these words, I would like to thank all the speakers, the chairpersons, and my team from ICRIER, and also some of the administrative people who are standing outside. So thanks a lot to everyone for coming over. Remain in touch. And at the end of the round, I say one of the things my colleague had put it, when we all die, we are buried in soil. But what if the soils die? What will happen? So with those words, thank you very much.